Recording in progress.
Ask everybody to take a seat.
Good morning.
Jesus.
Wow.
Oh, let me go.
Could we take our seats now? Mr. KD.
Those lights are not.
Yeah, man.
Let me find Suzanne.
What is it? All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Archibald Campbell. I'm chairman of the group and will take you through this day's events. I now call this meeting to order and extend a warm welcome to our shareholders and other stakeholders joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the 10th Annual General Meeting for the JMMB Group Limited. I hope you're keeping safe. A special welcome to shareholders joining us virtually, and I'm happy to see a few familiar faces here at our physical location. Let us now stand for the national anthem of Jamaica. Thank you. You may be seated. Please join us for prayer as I ask Director Powell to offer prayers on our behalf.
Let us bow our heads in silence in the presence of the Lord. Our Father in heaven, what a privilege it is to call you Father. And since you reside in the heavens, we know that you occupy those heights so that you can constantly oversee us as our protector and promise keeper. We give you honor and glory, especially as the giver of life, and for your promise to prosper us and not to harm us, and to give us hope and a future. So we're gathered here today, Lord, at the AGM of this awesome institution called JMMB, because you have allowed us to prosper by your amazing grace and love for us. It was you, as a God of love, who inspired our founder, Joan Duncan, with the foresight and skills to build an organization on the foundation of love, with a vision of love, not only as its core philosophy, but also loving action as a guiding principle of how we do business. We give you thanks, O loving Father, because it was you who blessed her with children, whom she was able to nurture to adulthood, with love for you and enough respect for her to carry on her legacy and provide leadership to an organization still founded on love, with integrity, strong enough to carry on business in the best interest of all. We praise your name, O Lord, because it is you who have provided us by your grace with a board and team members with the foresight, expertise, skills, and experience to build the JMMB group into a dynamic, international, multifaceted group with a caring, loving, and fun environment where team members, according to your will, can be creative, happy, and fulfilled. We offer you praise, O gracious God, that by your grace and undeserved kindness you have provided for us shareholders who are committed to our sustainability and growth through times of prosperity and challenges. We give you glory and honor for the privilege to reward them as you have blessed us. At the same time, O God and Father, as our miracle worker, by grace, you have sent us clients and partners with their businesses and resources, so that even with a COVID-19 pandemic, we were not daunted and not only survived, but we prospered. And today we can share achievements and plans with all our stakeholders for the bright future that you have promised us as possibility thinkers at JMMB. Today, O Lord, we're here by your grace with humble hearts to share, to listen, to understand, and to respond. All wisdom, knowledge, and understanding comes from you, Almighty Father. So please, bless us with a lot of it today, and guide our chairman, Archibald, so that this AGM will efficiently and effectively serve the purpose for which it has been called. For this, Lord, and more, we give you all honor, praise, and glory in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Wayne. At this time, I ask that we take a minute's silence for our clients, shareholders, friends, and family members who we have lost during the past year. Silence begins now. Eternal rest grant unto them, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. As is customary, we will now have our vision of love, and it will be shared, it will be read by persons from our 3 territories. We have Ms. Priya Balkisoon, the Assistant Manager, Business Continuity and Resilience in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Loxley Reed, the Group Market Manager, Risk Manager in Jamaica, Market Risk Manager. And we have Ms. Carla Carneal, Country Risk Officer of the Dominican Republic. So we start with Priya.
The JMMB team is clear that the organization is based on unconditional love and mutual respect. This love is expressed in ongoing day-to-day working relationships and performance. Unconditional love is expressed in every interaction and is the foundation upon which the organization rests. Love motivates the JMMB team to serve our clients who are a very special part of our family. The driving force of the organization is to provide opportunities for team players to expand their potential, to recognize the power within, and their ability to fully express and manifest this power to the benefit of the individual, the organization, and the society. In the process, all individual and organizational goals are achieved.
Good morning. JMMB, I'm Alwyn Cousins, Country Corporate Client Partnership Officer. JMMB is therefore actively and publicly involved in charitable and voluntary activities within the society and recognizes and accepts its social responsibility, understanding that it has everything to do with JMMB, which is part of the link in the wider chain. With this perspective, the JMMB team recognizes diversity while celebrating differences among team members, realizing that there are commonalities that bind members together. When this oneness is accepted, nurtured, and developed, this enhances the ongoing implementation of the shared vision. The intention is to ensure that wherever conflict exists, we aspire to positive outcome. Thank you.
Los miembros del equipo, por lo tanto, ven a JMMB como la institución financiera única en su clase, exitosa, manejada por profesionales que dan cuidado excepcional a sus clientes y luchan por lograr la excelencia en todos los aspectos de su vida. Ellos ven a JMMB expandiendo sus horizontes más allá de Jamaica, pero manteniendo sus características espirituales y desarrollando, por lo tanto, todas las disciplinas requeridas para un éxito continuo. Creo tan firmemente en mí mismo que no me pondré a la defensiva por las críticas, porque sé que cada experiencia es una oportunidad de crecimiento. Voy a construir, apoyar y a cuidar a mis compañeros de equipo y aprovecharé todas las oportunidades para elogiar y agradecer. Doy la bienvenida a la incertidumbre, que forma parte de mi visión, y tengo fe lo suficientemente fuerte para saber que todo lo que ocurre a lo largo de mi camino pasa por una razón, y que todas las cosas trabajan en conjunto para mi bien.
Gracias, Carla, to Alwyn, and to Priya. I'll now call on Ms. Carolyn DaCosta, our Corporate Secretary, to read the notice convening the meetings.
Good morning, everyone. It's really good to see some familiar faces. Okay, notices.
Los miembros del equipo, por
Notice is hereby given that the 10th Annual General Meeting of JMMB Group Limited, the company, will be held on Friday, October 6, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. in a hybrid format at the AC Hotel Kingston, located at 38 to 42 Lady Musgrave Road, Kingston 5, Jamaica, for attendance in person and via electronic means, in accordance with the provisions of the Companies Act of Jamaica 2004 as amended, to consider and, if thought fit, pass the following ordinary resolutions. Resolution 1, to receive the reports of the directors and the audited accounts for the 12 months ended March 31, 2023, that the reports of the directors and auditors and the audited accounts for the year ended March 31, 2023, circulated with the notice convening the meeting, be and are hereby adopted. Resolution 2, ratify interim dividend payment and declare them final. That the interim dividend of 25 cents paid on July 11, 2022, be and is hereby ratified and declared as final, and that no further dividend be paid in respect of the year under review. Resolution 3, to reappoint directors retiring by rotation pursuant to Article 105. The directors retiring from office by rotation pursuant to Article 105 of the Company's Articles of Incorporation are Dr. Ann Craig, Mrs. Patricia Daly Smith, Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, and Mr. Reese Kong, all of whom, being eligible, offer themselves for re-election. Resolution 3A, that Dr. Ann Crick be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Resolution 3B, that Mrs. Patricia Daly Smith be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Resolution 3C, that Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. And Resolution 3D, that Mr. Reese Kong be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Resolution 4, election of other retiring directors pursuant to Article 108. In accordance with Article 108 of the Articles of Incorporation, the following director, having been appointed during the year, retires and is eligible for re-election. That Director Leighton McKnight, having been reappointed during the year, be and is hereby elected a director of the company. Resolution 5, to appoint auditors and authorize the directors to fix the remuneration of the auditors. That KPMG Chartered Accountants, having agreed to continue in office as directors, be and are hereby appointed auditors of the company to hold office until the end of the next annual general meeting at a remuneration to be fixed by the directors of the company. And Resolution 6, to approve directors' remuneration, that the amount included in the audited accounts of the company for the year ended March 31, 2023, as remuneration for their services as director, be and is hereby approved, dated on the 4th of August, 2023 by the Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I take this opportunity to introduce you to the members of the board, and I'm so proud that we have had a full turnout of all members. So to my immediate left, or the far left, or at the lower level, we have Mr. Wayne Powell, who offered such a wonderful prayer. We have Mrs. Donna Duncan Scott, and we have Mr. Keith Duncan. To the upper level on my left, I have Mr. Dennis Harris, Mrs. Patricia Daly Smith, Mr. V. Andrew White, and Mrs. Audrey Wells. To the right, at the upper level, we have Mr. Leighton McKnight, Dr. Ann Crick, Mr. Hugh Duncan, and Mr. Andrew Cockin. At the lower level, we have Audrey Dare Williams, Wayne Sutherland, Reese Gong, and Miss Carolyn DaCosta, who you have met already. The meeting protocols. Persons joining us online may send questions to agm_questions@jmmb.com. Questions sent prior to the meeting. For those questions sent in prior to the meeting and which relate to the business under consideration at the meeting, we will address them during the question and answer session. In the event that they are not addressed in the meeting by the end of the allotted meeting time, we will respond to you via email within 3 working days after the AGM. Questions from shareholders present. You may raise your hand when acknowledged, and the microphone will be taken to you. Then you may ask your question. In an attempt to make this AGM as succinct as possible, we ask that you limit your questions to 2. And as this is a hybrid meeting, we will endeavor to end by 2:30 p.m. Hence, we need to use our time efficiently. Once time permits, you may ask additional questions. Members whose votes were already cast via proxy will not vote. Only those members who have not yet voted shall vote electronically at that time. We will permit a 30-second period, after which each resolution is tabled to facilitate the voting process for the remaining members who are voting now. Did I say 30 minutes or 30 seconds? 30 seconds, yeah. Only ordinary shareholders are permitted to vote at the AGM. Shareholders joining in person will vote via raising of the hand. At voting, we will count your votes and add the votes on the virtual platform to get the final count of the votes and present the results. Minutes of last year's AGM. I also take the opportunity to inform you that the share register and articles of incorporation are available for inspection by members. Copies of the minutes of the annual general meeting held last year is also available, and should you require a copy. The auditor's report. I now invite Mr. Wilbert Spence, a partner of KPMG, to read the auditor's report to the members.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. The audit report is found after page 174 in your book. And since I have to read the entire report, I'll try and do so as efficient as possible. Independent Auditor's Report to the members of JMMB Group. Report on the audit of the financial statements opinion. We have audited the financial statements of JMMB Group Limited, in bracket the company, and the consolidated financial statements of the company and the subsidiaries, in bracket the group, set out on pages 10 to 127 which comprise the group's and company's statements of financial position as at March 31st, 2023, the group's statement of profit or loss account, the group's and company's statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, changes in stockholders' equity and cash flows for the year then ended, and notes comprising significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the group and the company as at March 31st, 2023, and of the group's and company's financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with IFRS standard as issued by International Accounting Standard Board in bracket IFRS standards and the Jamaican Companies Act. Basis for opinion, we conducted our audit in accordance with international standard and auditing. Our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statement section of our report. We are independent of the company in accordance with the International Ethics Standard Board for Accountants International Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, including International Independent Standards in bracket IASB code, and we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with the IESBS code. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Key audit matters. Key audit matters are those matters that, in our professional judgment, were of most significance in our audit of the financial statements of the current period. These matters were addressed in the context of our audit of the financial statements as a whole, and in forming our opinion thereon, we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. Fair value of investments as a key audit matter, and this can be further analyzed in notes 16 and 33A. A significant portion of the group's investment securities measured at fair value are investments or instruments for which quoted prices are not available. Valuation of these investments, although based on mainly observable market inputs, require significant estimation. The group used valuation techniques which involve inputs such as market yields obtained from established yield curves, which are impacted by uncertainty of market factors. Though market conditions have improved since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been continued volatility of prices in various markets, which has increased estimation risk for yields and prices used in determining fair values. How the matter was addressed in our audit. Our procedures in this area included, in the main, the following: assessment and testing the design and operating effectiveness of the group's control over the determination and computation of the fair values, evaluating the reasonableness of yields or prices by comparison to independent third-party pricing sources, assessing the reasonableness of significant assumptions used by the group, involving our valuation specialists to assist us to determine or obtain yields or prices of specific securities, and comparing these yields or prices to those used by the group, assessing the adequacy of the disclosures, including the degree of estimation involved in determining fair values. Measurement of expected credit losses and financial assets. The group recognizes expected credit losses, ECL, and financial assets, the determination of which is highly subjective and requires the group to make significant judgments and assumptions. The key area that required greater management judgment included the determination of significant increase in credit risk, the determination of probability of default, loss given default, exposure at default, and the application of forward-looking information. How we address the matter in our audit. Our procedures in the main in this area involve the following: obtaining an understanding of the models used by the group for the calculation of expected credit losses, including governance over the determination of key judgments and assumptions, testing the design and implication of the controls over the determination of expected credit losses, testing the design and operating effectiveness of the key controls over the completeness and accuracy of the key data inputs into the IFRS 9 impairment model, testing the completeness and accuracy of the data used in the models to the underlying accounting records on a sample basis, involving our financial risk modeling specialists to assist us in evaluating the appropriateness of the group's impairment methodologies, including the SICAR criteria used, independently assessing the assumptions for probability of default, loss given default, exposure at default, and incorporation of forward-looking information. Evaluating the adequacy of the financial statements disclosures, including disclosures of the key assumptions and judgments for compliance with IFRS 9. In addition to the key audit matter itself regarding ECL, the significant management judgment and assumptions are also used in determining the appropriate variables and assumptions in the model used to measure the expected credit losses. The use of these judgments and assumptions increases the risk of material misstatement and is therefore an area of increased audit focus. Impairment assessment of investment in associate. The market capitalization of a group share in the associated company is below its carrying value, determined using equity accounting. This is considered to be an indicator of impairment for which the group perform a formal impairment assessment. Our procedures in the main in this area included the following: involving our valuation specialists to assist us in evaluating the group's calculation of the recoverable amount of the investment and evaluating the assumptions and methodology used, comparing the group's assumptions to externally derived data as well as our assessment of key inputs such as discount rates. Evaluating the group's assessment of the forecast performance of its investment and performing inquiries with senior management. Misappropriation of cash. The group has large volumes of cash on hand which are handled at branches. When large volumes of cash are being handled, it presents an opportunity for persons in custody of such cash to misappropriate these cash. The risk therefore exists that funds received or paid out may not be used or applied appropriately. Our procedures in the main in this area included the following: assessing and testing the design and operating effectiveness of the group's control over the recording of cash. On a sample basis, attending the year-end cash counts and reviewing all the cash count sheets for locations selected, obtaining external confirmations of the group's cash balances held by third parties. Included an element of unpredictability in designing and performing our audit procedures. Other information. Management is responsible for the other information. The other information comprises the information included in the annual report but does not include the financial statements and our auditor's report thereon. The annual report is expected to be made available to us after the dates of this auditor's report. Our opinion on the financial statement does not cover the other information, and we will not express any form of assurance conclusion thereon. In connection with our audit of the financial statements, our responsibility is to read the other information identified above when it becomes available, and in doing so, consider whether the other information is materially inconsistent with the financial statements or our knowledge obtained in the audit, or otherwise appears to be materially misstated. When we read the annual report, if we conclude that there is a material misstatement therein, we are required to communicate the matter to those charged with governance, responsibility of management, and those charged with governance for the financial statements. Management is responsible for the preparation of financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with IFRS standards and the Jamaican Companies Act, and for such internal control as management determine is necessary to enable the preparation of financial statements that are free from material misstatements whether due to fraud or error. In preparing the financial statements, management is responsible for assessing the company's ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing as applicable matters related to going concern, and using the going concern basis of accounting unless management either intends to liquidate the company or to cease operation or has no realistic alternative but to do so. Those charged with governance are responsible for overseeing the group's financial reporting process. Auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statements. Our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not a guarantee that an audit conducted in accordance with IASAs will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatements can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if individually or in the aggregate. They could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of users taken on the basis of these financial statements. A further description of our responsibilities of the audit of the financial statements is included in the appendix to this auditor's report. This description, which is located on pages 8 to 9, forms part of the auditor's report. Report on additional matters as required by the Jamaican Companies Act. We have obtained all the information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, proper accounting records have been maintained so far as appears from our examination of those records, and the financial statements which are in agreement therewith give the information required by the Jamaican Companies Act in the manner required. The engagement partner and the audit resulting in this independent auditor's report is Wilbert Spence. The report is signed by KPMG Chartered Accountants, Kingston, Jamaica, dated July 8, 2023. To the appendix. As part of an audit in accordance with ISAs, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risk of material misstatement of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks, and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than for one resulting from error, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omissions, misrepresentation, or the override of internal control. Obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the company's internal control. Evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimate and related disclosures made by management. Conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting and, based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists related to events or conditions that may cause significant doubt on the company's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw attention in our auditor's report to the related disclosures in the financial statements, or if such disclosures are inadequate, to modify our opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to the date of our auditor's report. However, future events or conditions may cause the company to cease to continue as a going concern. Evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statements, including disclosures, whether the financial statements represent the underlying transactions and event in a manner that achieves fair presentation. Obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding the financial information of the entities of business activities within the group to express an opinion on the consolidated financial statements, we are responsible for the direction, supervision, and performance of the group audit. We remain solely responsible for our audit opinion. We communicate with those charged with governance regarding, among other matters, the planned scope and timing of the audit and the significant audit findings, including any significant deficiencies in internal control that we identify during our audit. We also provide those charged with governance with a statement that we have complied with relevant ethical requirements regarding independence and communicate with them all relationships and other matters that may reasonably be thought to bear on our independence and, where applicable, related safeguards. From the matters communicated with those charged with governance, we determine those matters that were of most significance in the audit of the financial statements of the current period and are therefore the key audit matters. We describe these matters in our auditor's report unless law or regulation precludes public disclosures about the matter, or when, in extremely rare circumstances, we determine that a matter should not be communicated in our report because the adverse consequences of doing so would reasonably be expected to outweigh the public interest benefit of such a communication. Thank you.
Wow, that's a whole lot. And the truth is, Wilbert, as well as us, are hoping that there will be a change in the Companies Act, that we go back to reading the opinion, which is coming soon. Yes, it is coming soon. Okay, now that you have heard the auditor, we now ask Mr. Patrick Ellis, our Group Financial Officer, who will present the financial statements for the year ended March 31, 2023. And I think he'll give you an outlook on, or something on Q1 in the new year. Patrick?
Thank you, Chairman. Morning again, everyone. Fellow shareholders, members, all viewing online as well. My job is to present a synopsis of what occurred during the financial year 22-23, and also to give you a synopsis of our Q1 results. Just putting our results in context, we have basically continued on the same strategic initiative of a diversification strategy. You would have seen in the financial year where our investment business line would have been impacted. We're in an environment now of high interest rates. We have seen where interest rates in Jamaica have increased of over 650 basis points, which would have impacted several business lines. Our gains and securities trading would have been impacted as well. But through a diversification strategy in terms of our business line, we're focusing on banking, and also our regional diversification, where while our investment arm would have been impacted in Jamaica and in somewhat the Dominican Republic, you would have seen where Trinidad would have bolstered our results. So it shows in terms of a strategy of diversification that bolstered the group, and a business line diversification, and also a smart growth strategy, which I'll get into, in terms of improving other business line to improve our results. So for the financial year 23, we recorded net earnings of 6.3 billion, somewhat down over the previous year, where we made 11.6 billion. And as I explained, it's in the context of our revenues were impacted by the high interest rates. On the liability side of our balance sheet, you would have seen that increase in our cost of funds, and therefore our net interest income would have been impacted and therefore was down by about 5% to 11 billion. Our gains on securities trading, a significant part of our investment business line. In a high interest rate environment, the option for a high level of trading would not be there. And what we had to do was to diversify in terms of our overall revenue being down by 12% as a result of being impacted in those areas, is to bolster in terms of other areas. And where we bolster in terms of what we call our smart growth initiatives, we looked at on our Cambia side, that was up by 26%. Approximately 3.3 billion. Our managed fund side also would have been up 2%, and that contributed 2 billion. And one of our newer business line, our capital markets, actually up 46%, and we got close to $1 billion, over 900 million in terms of revenues. And these are revenue lines that doesn't require the use of a significant amount of capital, and therefore it helps to bolster the group's performance. One of the things I want to point out to our shareholders is the diversification in terms of what a JMMB group gives you. If you look at the overall contribution from a country perspective, you would see where on the Jamaica side, where historically Jamaica has accounted for a significant amount of our earnings. And I mentioned earlier where this financial year, the last financial year, where we would have been impacted on our investment business line, Jamaica contributed 20%, but importantly, the DR contributed 21% at 1.3 billion, and Trinidad contributing over $1 billion. Our investment into the SFC Sagicor Financial Company contributed also 2.6 billion, and that also contributed over $1 billion in terms of cash flow and dividends coming into the group. So what you will see from the group is that a diversification strategy regionally has bolstered the group where we are impacted in one territories, and overall a contribution that continues to bolster the group. From a revenue standpoint, in terms of a revenue diversification, Jamaica contributed about 13 billion or 57%, Dominican Republic 18% at about 4 billion, and TT 25% of 5.9 billion. So it shows annually where each territory continues to grow in terms of its revenue contribution, and it all goes well for the group. And just showing another from a business line perspective, and this has been a direct initiative from us as management. We mentioned where from our investment business line would have been impacted. And this year you would have seen a greater contribution from our banking business line, contributing approximately 57% in terms of operating revenues. And this is growth from approximately 11 billion to 13 to 14 billion. Our investment business line, as I indicated, would have been impacted by the high interest rates, contributed 39% or 9 billion, but you would have seen that shift in focus in terms of gearing more towards our banking business line, which have given us a more stable revenue stream and more stable growth. Some years ago, we would have invested a significant sum in SFC, $250 million US to be exact. We continue to see that investment bear fruit for us. It now values approximately 40 billion on our balance sheet. We got 2.7 billion in terms of earnings and approximately $1 billion in terms of dividends received. We are very excited about this investment. The SFC Group continues to do strategic initiatives. You would have seen in the public recently that they announced a potential acquisition of an entity in Canada, Ivari. That acquisition, as we understand it, should close in very short order, and we expect very positive results for the group. Now, on the expense side, and I know a number of our shareholders would have had some concerns in terms of with the impact on our revenue, and you would have seen some further growth in our expenses year over year. No, we are not getting crazy, but there are certain investments as a group that we are making. It has taken longer for us than expected, but there are certain initiatives that we have done. We have standardized our banking platform throughout the group, all throughout the region, on our T24 platform base. Our digitization efforts that we're doing, I know Gifford will speak to that later on in our presentation. And these are the platforms that we're putting in place to ensure that going forward, we can grow to scale. As a result of that investment, you would have seen our expenses growing by about 7.6%. And with the impact on our revenues, our efficiency ratio would have deteriorated somewhat. But as I would say to you, fellow shareholders, these were necessary investment in our long-term future of the group that we had to make. From a balance sheet perspective, we continue to grow in the areas that we feel puts the group on a very solid and sustainable platform. If you look on our balance sheet, we had growth of about 8%. Our total asset was about $665 billion. Of that, we had growth in our loan portfolio of about $36 billion. We are now at $178 billion. And that was mainly funded by our deposits of about 14% growth of about $21 billion, and we also had growth in our repos of about $19 billion. Our investment portfolio also grew, but at a lower pace, as a lot of our focus, as I mentioned earlier, has been around our banking business line. So as we go forward, and you're going to be looking at the JMMB Group balance sheet, you'll be seeing a faster pace of growth on our banking side, which gives more stability and stable earnings, and also a smart growth strategy as we look to increase the income streams in those areas. Very important, you want to know that the institution you're investing in is one that's safe and solid. If you look at the capital base of our group, we are a highly regulated entity by the central bank and all the regulatory financial services commission. All throughout the region we are regulated, and I'm pleased to report that in all the regulated entities in the group, we would have met or exceeded all the capital requirements. So you know that your group stands on a strong capital base. I have been speaking around the diversification within the group. We spoke earlier about the performance of Trinidad, and I'd like to share a short video in relation to Trinidad and the respective territories in terms of the performance. Just a quick video.
Hello, JMMB family. I am Juan Jose Melo, Chief Country Officer for JMMB Dominican Republic. Here we have 4 companies: JMMB Pension Fund Administrator, JMMB Bank, JMMB Investments, and JMMB Fund Management Company. These 4 companies work together to create financial integrated solutions for our clients. For the year ending March 2023, we are happy to say that our team was able to contribute 21% of the net profit after tax for the JMMB Group, also achieving 87 billion in assets and 121 billion Jamaican dollars in funds under management, with a growth for the year of 16%. There are many achievements for this year, but I would like to highlight just three. The first one, we were able to complete the merger of JMMB Bank and Bell Bank. So now we are very proud to say we are a commercial bank in the Dominican Republic. This allows ourselves to provide better solutions and more complete delivery channels to our clients. Also, we opened our branch in Punta Cana. Punta Cana is the most vibrant tourism hub in the Dominican Republic and the fastest growing region in the country. Last but not least, we were awarded the third place as a great place to work in the Dominican Republic and the Caribbean. This demonstrates the commitment of our team to serve and live the vision of love. For the next year, we expect to focus ourselves in three things. First, our digital delivery channels. We want to make business easier for our clients. We will keep working to improve our integrated financial solutions. And most importantly, our team will continue to work to go and get our solutions to more Dominicans. Thank you.
Hi JMMB family. My name is Elson James and I'm the CEO of JMMB Express Finance, fondly known as Jeff. As you remember, JMMB Express Finance is the consumer finance arm of JMMB. As I reflect over the last financial year, I'm really proud of Jeff's success. We have successfully grown our portfolio by over 35% to approximately $30 million US. That drove our net interest income up by over 78% to over $9 million US. And the result of all of that, our profit before tax is just under $3 million US, an 80% year-over-year growth. Over the last year, Jeff has achieved a lot, but I'm proud of three specific things. The first, we broke the 10,000 customer barrier, a huge accomplishment, understanding that we started just 5 years ago with client number 1. The second, we launched our ability to be fully digital. We are leveraging e-signatures, and now our clients can go from application to money in their account without leaving their home or their office. And finally, we became the only financial institution to successfully remove all fees from its operation and no negative impact to our business. So right now we have no application fees, no underwriting fees, not even late fees, no fees. Looking ahead, we will continue to drive increased stakeholder value by focusing on two key areas. The first, we're going to continue to expand our loan portfolio base. That's going to give us the net interest income. And secondly, we're going to drive efficiency by leveraging technology, especially in our operations, disbursements, and collection areas. That's going to give us the profit. I am extremely excited about what lies ahead for JMMB Express Finance. It's going to be an exciting ride. Jump on.
Hi, my JMMB family. My name is Sean Moses, CEO of JMMB Bank, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Trinidad, the JMMB Group comprises of 4 entities working together to serve our clients, helping them achieve their goals. We are pleased that JMMB TT was able to contribute 17% towards our group profitability and increase overall shareholder value. TT Bank reflected total assets of US $461 million, which represents a 4% increase year over year. The bank was also able to deliver profits of US $2.4 million, representing a 30% increase year over year. As we close our fiscal year, we are most proud that we were able to increase brand visibility and brand awareness in Trinidad. relocate our Port of Spain branch, which brought greater convenience to our clients as well as efficiencies and savings, filled key roles in the organization, which was critical to our ability to exceed targets and drive revenue streams. Looking ahead, we will continue to increase stakeholder value by diversifying core revenue streams with competitive products such as point of sale, expand our footprint across Trinidad and Tobago, increase operational efficiency throughout the organization, and bring digital solutions to our clients. We are extremely excited about what fiscal 23-24 holds, and we are certain that we will exceed all expectations as we are smarter, stronger together.
Hi, JMMB family. My name is Trisha Kisoon, CEO of JMMB Investments and JMMB Securities Trinidad and Tobago, two of our 4 entities serving our client base here, generating returns for you, our beloved shareholders. Looking upon Trinidad and Tobago's contribution to the group's performance, JMMB Investments Consolidated delivered the following results. Revenue grew by 30% for the year, taking JMMB Investments to our highest net income in the entity's history. Our on-balance sheet funds under management grew by 22%. Within the TT entities, JMMB Investments led the way as the top performer, contributing 38% to the country's performance. At the close of our financial year 2022-2023, we were able to achieve the following. With no captive market, we were able to serve our clients with love, earning #1 stockbroker in 2022. Our clients continue to show their love by rating us high on client satisfaction. Understanding the nature of investments business model, our success at investment is anchored by my team. I want to recognize the collaboration and creativity from my team. Looking ahead, we continue to increase shareholder value by focusing on these key areas. JMMB Moneyline is coming to Trinidad for our investment firm. I am excited about what this will bring to the TT market. We launched our suite of optimal funds to Trinidad and Tobago market, which has been doing very well. With the shifted market dynamics, my team is focused on trading opportunities to better serve our clients. As the financial markets identify its new direction, we are committed to spotting opportunities to bring value to our shareholders in the new financial year 2023-2024. We stand united as one team serving our shareholders.
Hello, JMMB family. I am Keisha Forbes Ellis, Chief Country Officer for JMMB Jamaica. JMMB Jamaica comprises of 4 segments working together to serve our clients, helping them to achieve their goals. They are Investment Management, which comprises of Jamaica Money Market Brokers Limited, JMMB Fund Managers, JMMB Securities Limited, and JMMB International Limited. The other 3 segments are Banking, Remittance, and Insurance Brokerage. Despite a challenging environment, we are pleased that JMMB Jamaica was able to contribute 21% or 1.3 billion to the JMMB Group's net profit for financial year 22-23 and increase overall shareholder value from our business lines. Total clients' funds under management grew by 6% to 481.7 billion, with operating revenue at 13.2 billion or 57% of net operating revenue. In financial year 22-23, we are most proud that we are able to launch our private equity fund, Vertex SME Holdings, launch our ePay airport card, and our e-commerce solution. We relocated our JMMB Ocho Rios location to Island Village for greater visibility and accessibility. We transferred the insurance brokerage business line to a web-based software, which has led to less systems downtime and reduced human intervention. JMMB Jamaica maintained its certification as a great place to work, even while navigating the post-pandemic environment. Looking ahead, we will continue to focus on deepening client partnership through our integration efforts, as well as through the strengthening of our capabilities. Increase our stakeholder value by focusing on enhancing the provision of financial solutions in an entity-agnostic manner. Improve efficiency and convenience by enhancing and improving our digital offerings. Overall, we are focused on delivering our services and solutions across all channels efficiently, effectively, and safely. This includes our digital client onboarding tool and our mobile app. This digital transformation is expected to significantly enhance our clients' experience while yielding efficiencies for the entities across our Jamaican operations. Thank you for continuing to partner with us. Smarter, stronger, together.
Thank you. And that was just a synopsis of what is to give you shareholders what is happening in the respective territories. And as you would have seen, most of our business lines in all the respective territories contributed in a meaningful ways to the bottom line for 22-23. So now you ask the question, what have we done for you lately? And in terms of our Q1, and that would have been June, that was just published. And it's a continuation of our strategy. We're still, you'd have seen that we're still in a high interest rate environment. Interest rates right now, it's at all-time high. We have seen some stability in DR. We have seen interest rates coming off a bit. You know, we are watching the macro environment to see how that will pan out. However, we don't expect that same level of increases going forward, but we do expect some more level of stability going forward. As a result of that, however, the high interest rate environment, you would have seen a level of fall off in terms of our NII. In terms of the gain on securities trading, we have been able to do opportunistic trading in terms of our Q1. And we were still able to publish a meaningful number, 2.5 billion for Q1 or quarter one. Our operating profit, as I would have indicated, would have fallen off to about 780 million. NII was 2.1 billion. That was down by 28%. We were able to generate 2.3 billion in gains on securities trading, and that was taken utilizing our expertise and taking one-off trading. But as we see it for the financial year, we don't think that's sustainable, but that's the agile nature of our management team in finding opportunities for the group. Overall, we expect a difficult financial year. However, your team will always, with our smart growth strategy, looking to grow in other areas, our FX, our client funds under management, our cap markets line, that's where we are looking to grow. On our banking business line as well, we saw strong growth on our loan side, growing by 11 billion for the quarter over the 6 months, so 188 billion. Customer deposit grew by 9.6 billion. So we are growing in the right areas. Where we will be impacted is on the investment side until when those macro environment improves. What I will say is, though, the JMMB group, we will continue to anchor the group on a strong capital base. We're focusing on the core activities of the group, the banking, smart growth initiatives, and what you will see with that diversification strategy, you will continue to see solid performance for the group. And I thank you, and I'll just hand over to our chairman.
Thank you, Patrick. As you know, our tagline, our byline right now is smarter, stronger, together. And we will really, there's one song that encapsulates all of this by Kevin Downswell, and we'll be asking him to sing You Make Me Stronger, because while we are saying strong, we are thanking God. We are saying to you, our shareholders, you make us stronger. Kevin? Yeah.
Good morning, JMMB family. Smarter, stronger, together. Somebody say that with me. Smarter, stronger, together. Can we stand on our feet and say it one more time? Smarter, stronger, together. Bring the track up for me. I can't hear it. Somebody ready? Hands up like this. Put your hands up like this. Yeah, man, just for a change. Just for a change. Ooh, nah. Smarter. What? What's up, my brother? Let's go. Hey, you're my creator. Hey. Lord, you know my times. I can't hear the track up here. Seasons of breakthrough, my seasons of trial. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. They need to hear it. So I will seek you, and you I will find. Hey. You're my strong tower, in you I will hide. No, let's go, let's go, let's go. 1, 2, 3, say. You make me stronger. I can't hear you. A little louder. One more time, say, you make me. I lift my spirit. You can't wait for me. Just wave like this. Just wave like this. I take your hand. Say, you fix my focus. JMMB focus. Now you know who. Know who you are, JMMB. 1, 2, she said, I used to run. Say, but you made me strong. God strong and mighty. I am that I am. 1, 2, 3, everybody say, you make me stronger. Say, I can't hear you. You make me smarter, stronger, but not segmented. Together, say you make me. And then, Lord, I bless your name. Lord, I bless your name. Lord, normally I would stop right here, but we're gonna do this for the Dominican Republic branch. We're gonna do this in Espanol. So if you're watching from Dominica, just wave your hand or something like this. Let's try. Hey. Usted me hace más fuerte. Say again. Hey, usted me hace más fuerte. Say a little louder. Hey, say, usted me hace más fuerte. Clap like this, clap like this. My family from Dominican Republic, I hope you understand this. I know you do. Now let's bring it home. Bring me back in my ears for me. Bring me back in my ears. You say, you make me strong. Put your hands up, put your hands up. I wanna hear. One more time. Last time. You make me strong. Oh, no. Say, God bless you. I'll see you later.
Yes, and guess what? At the end of the meeting, you'll be hearing more from Kevin. So Hallelujah. So thank you, Lord. At this time, I would now hand over to our group CEO, Keith Duncan, who, along with his team, have actually prepared a review of the actions over the year, the new achievements of the group, and our strategy going forward, supported by his team leaders. Keith?
Thank you, Chairman. Good. You make me. Oh. So, let me just say, JMMB with a difference, right? And while we are here for serious business, we have to give thanks. We really have to give thanks, and we have to acknowledge the source of our strength, right? Because we know this world not easy, and there are challenges left, right, and center. And therefore, we have to be able to work smarter, stronger, and together, right? And we're working for you, our shareholders, working for our team members, working for our clients so we can deliver the value to you, the shareholders, and our team members are committed. So let me first start by thanking you, the shareholders, here with us today and online for joining us and for your support over the years, committed, stronger, for longer. Also, I'd like to thank our team members for their work, their efforts in ensuring that JMMB can remain strong and continue to deliver and continue to innovate and continue to be possibility thinkers in how we go forward. I'd like to thank our board members, right? Our group board members, our board members who are here from the bank, board members from other entities within the JMMB group in Trinidad and the Dominican Republic. Our board also makes us very strong and solid. Gives us the guidance, gives us the support, hold us to account, strong arguments. Because out of those strong discussions and back and forth and finding a solution, because as possibility thinkers, sometimes we want to push the envelope and the board need to say, hold strain. And we have a board that protects the interests of our shareholders. We don't say we get it right all the time, right? But we do have a good governance process, and I'd like to acknowledge Carolyn Da Costa for her efforts at pulling this all together right across the group, our governance process. You know? I'd like to acknowledge our chairman, who has done a great job in marshalling and taking over from our founding chairman, Dr. Noel Lyon Archibald Campbell. Dr. Archibald Campbell has led the way. And I acknowledge him for his leadership, because when I am busy doing some other country matters, Archie have the thing rock solid, stronger for longer. So Archie, I want to thank you very much, sir. I'd like to thank the members of the media that are here. I see David Rose and all of those analysts that are there listening. We know we try and communicate and keep you all engaged around where we are. As just discussed with Donna just a while ago, we have to remain positive, but we have to be open, we have to be honest, we have to be vulnerable. Because we have to be able to say where we are, where we're strong, and our areas that we can build on, that we can fix, that we can look to make adjustments on. And we have to be open with our shareholders as we go forward, right? So that you can be a part and have the ownership, because this discussion that we're having today is not just about us reporting to you. It's about you being a part of the process, participating in this process, so that you can feel a part of the successes, of the challenges, and you really can understand where we're going as a company. And it won't be you won't get the greatest results at all times, because it all depends on the market environment, what's going on in the market, what's going on in monetary policy, what's going on in the economy. All of those things drive the performance of the group. And the good thing about it is that we are very much diversified in our business lines and in our regional diversification. So I would say, given the market environment under which we are operating at this point in time, I would say we have delivered a credible performance. Coming out of the year 21-22, we delivered $11.9 billion of profitability. This year we delivered $6.3 billion. Now let's look at that $11.9 billion in context. We were in a market environment then when it was not normal. It was a very accommodative market environment. Interest rates internationally with the Fed was close to zero. In Jamaica, it was at 0.5%, and in the DOM, they were at their lows. During COVID, what occurred was that the central banks globally eased monetary policy very significantly. Interest rates came down, and that's a very facilitatory environment, and therefore we did very well in that environment. But as we came out of COVID and there was inflation in the environment, and what occurred was that the central banks now began to adjust their monetary policy to balance out the easing that they had done prior in bringing interest rates down so low, and all the liquidity that they had flooded, the money that they had flooded into the economies. So they had to pull back because it became inflationary. That was compounded now by the Ukraine-Russia situation now, because everyone thought, okay, you made the adjustment after COVID, and therefore you increase interest rates, and then inflation will transition and it will pass away. So they thought inflation was transitionary. However, what occurred now is Ukraine-Russia, and then you had the supply chain disruptions which were coming out of COVID, and further with commodity prices, oil prices, etc., and therefore inflation now became embedded, right? So therefore now the interest rate outlook and the central banks globally now say, okay, we're going to have to keep this, and they kept moving interest rates upwards. And if you're a financial services group you are going to be impacted by fast-moving interest rates. In Jamaica, interest rates moved from 0.5 to 7% in under 2 years. That is a significant movement in rates that has to be managed, and it does impact your balance sheet. It does impact your net interest income because your margins shrink. Right? Because you have an investment portfolio, you have it at fixed yields, and your cost of funds move from where we were at 0.5% to 7%, as in Jamaica, as an example. And it moved in the DOM-REP also, didn't move in Trinidad, but what we had was a Fed moving rates from 0.5, from almost zero, right, Peter? About almost zero to about 5.25, 5.5, that range, the range-bound thing. And therefore that impacts everyone across the region, Jamaica, DOM-REP, and Trinidad. So that is the background on which our results have, and the operations and the financial performance of the group. That's the environment that we're dealing with. So it's not an accommodative environment for net interest income, for trading securities. We see what happened to the stock market over the last 2 years or so. Jamaica was the best performing stock market. Everybody remember that, and we were blowing our trumpet and all that. And then all of a sudden, Jamaica is the worst performing stock market, and we're saying, okay, the good thing about that is we're the worst performing. That means we're the cheapest right now, and therefore we should be able to we should be buying stocks, right? So that's the environment that we are still grappling with as we speak, and therefore, in going forward, and if you look at how JMMB evolved as a group, JMMB started from just a money market company, a straight fixed income operator, right? And then, and therefore, our business line was straight fixed income investment, bonds, CDs, commercial paper. You package it, you sell it to clients and you deliver them the best returns possible. And many of our clients came on board because JMMB took narrower margins to give greater returns, fixed rates to our clients. And that's how JMMB was built, and then we diversified business lines into banking, diversified business lines into unit trusts, diversified our business lines into pension fund management, insurance brokerage, money transfer, and a lot of that came after 2012 with the acquisition of the Capital and Credit Financial Group. However, investment was our core business, and which drove about 50 to 60% of our income. But we knew we needed diversification, and we made every effort to diversify, not only at the business line level, but at the country level. And that's what that JMMB has been on that journey. Now, JMMB is not the long-time 180-year-old financial institution that have long-term deposit and current accounts at low cost of funds. JMMB is 31 years old, and we were built on delivering good interest rate returns to our clients. So we weren't built on delivering zero cost of funds, because we didn't have that transactional type business. JMMB was not built on transact. We're built on delivering fixed rates of returns over a fixed period of time and good return to our clients so that they could feel good about investing with JMMB, and that's how JMMB was built. But we had to now transition our whole cost of funds to say, how are we going to do that? Because we need banking, so we need to provide transactional accounts, we need to provide emergency accounts, and those accounts that are accessible, that clients can get value from, and then they can have their fixed rate, and then they can have their portfolios with equities and unit trusts, and they have portfolios. So therefore, that's how JMMB has evolved. And banking has become critical to that in terms of providing our easy access accounts, and I'm sure many of you would have your easy access, which is your transaction account, and then you have your bonus saver account in Jamaica. We would have the equivalent across the group, right? So the investment business line would have been significantly impacted, as our group CFO Patrick has said, over the last 2 years, especially the last year, over the last 2 years. And right now, we're still impacted because interest rates still remain at those elevated levels, and we're not seeing where those interest rates are necessarily going to come down, like ratchet down. They may be up here for some time. So it impacts our spreads, our net interest income, because you have a fixed rate on your investment portfolio, the cost of funds go up, your net interest income margins shrink, and sometimes go into negative territory, because if you move interest rates from 0.5 to 7%, and your portfolio is yielding you 6 and 7 and 8%, what is going to happen is that you can move into negative territory on your net interest income in some areas. And your gain on securities traded, when you trade securities, you must have a stable interest rate environment to be able to make money. Even on equities, and the macroeconomic environment has to be stable. If you don't have that, then trading securities, that revenue line almost is very difficult, and therefore that traditional way of earning, that disappears in this kind of environment or is significantly reduced. Okay? So that is just setting the context as to where we are, and we know what we say, we have to be smarter, stronger together. So we have to be smart in how we do business at this point in time, based on the environment which we face. So we have to allocate our capital in a very prudent manner. And then we have to use what we call our risk-adjusted return on capital. Now, this model, risk-adjusted return on capital of our products, loans, business lines, and how we allocate our capital to these areas. This is very much under development in the group. This was initiated out of Trinidad by our group risk manager, Derek Rajak, and our group CIO, Chief Investment Officer, Mr. Avinash Bisesa, and we've been driving this as a way of measuring how we do what we do and how we allocate our capital through a risk-adjusted return on capital model. So the business line or the product or the country has to be able to deliver risk-adjusted returns so that we can deliver those returns on equity to our shareholders. So that's the measurement basis on which we do. So therefore, that's the allocation of capital. And we have to allocate capital through the banks, to the investment companies, to the other business lines like real estate, like money transfer, fund managers, pension, all of these areas that we must allocate. Some of these business lines don't absorb the level of capital like the bank would absorb and the investment business line would absorb. And some of these business lines are the areas where we're going to need to be pushing capital to generate revenues and from new products in these areas so that we can generate income streams from business lines that don't require a lot of capital. However, the banking and the investment business lines still remain very core to us because we have to be able to transact business with our clients. We have to be able to lend our clients. We have to be able to deliver integrated portfolio solutions to our clients. So it's our integrated financial solutions model that we continue to build out, and we must have a quantifiable way of which we allocate capital so we get the best return on equity, right? And so the diversification is important. So when we look at our remittance money transfer business line, this has been, not a business line that we have highlighted over the years. But this business line has grown from, in the past 5 years, has doubled market share in the past 5 years, and has moved from profitability of almost like, in the last 5 years, doubled profitability, right? And so we're up at profit levels of close to up to 200 million last year, 160 million last financial year, but it's doing very well. A lot of the profitability this year would have been impacted by management fees from the group. Okay, guys? Right, Andrew? So this business line is our director, Andrew Cockin, has been on our case for at least a decade, saying we need to make, with this business line is deserving of capital and group attention. And Andrew, I think we'll finally get it, right? And so therefore, we have built out the infrastructure over the past 5 years, a solid infrastructure for this remittance, money transfer, payments business line. And we're going to be putting significant effort because we want to be able to continue the growth in the market share in this company. We have a Claudine, our group chief strategy officer, she called it, widely important goal. Well, our widely important goal for this is for our remittance money transfer business line to hit $1 billion in profitability 5 years' time. People don't like when I say those things, right? But it's true. That's a target that we have set, the money transfer business line. And I believe we can do it. A lot of work has been done to get us to where we are today. And we have a strong platform to build on. And we have the products that we are rolling out that can enable us to get to this target. For example, we just launched the MoneyGram service. So we are now partners with MoneyGram since September. So that's a new partner for the money transfer business line. We just launched the Visa prepaid card for money transfer remittances. And soon we'll be launching our outbound offerings. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. And so you see, we're launching products in this business line. So we're just not just pulling a number out of a hat, a little bit. But we know that what we're doing here is that we are building out the products and the infrastructure to hit that number, to hit that wildly important goal. Now, this is a product that will be launching very soon. It's called our cross-border service. Now, everybody understands the pain points that we face in doing a wire. Small businesses, they don't know if the wire gone, if it reached, if it not reached yet, they don't know. And therefore, in partnership, we have been able to build out a new product, and it's our cross-border service, where within a very short period of time, you can track your international transfer, and within under a day. I'm going to say it as under a day because I know if we can do it in an hour, but you can track, and that payment will be in the international beneficiary account that you are trying to hit, at a fraction of the cost of what wires cost us nowadays. We don't settle fully on the pricing yet, but we know that this is going to be a product that is going to be very beneficial and a winner for small businesses as they continuously trade. And as our Minister of Finance said, 80% of our business, of our GDP is driven by trade. And therefore, if we can effect cross-border payments in a more efficient manner than they're done right now at a cheaper cost, faster, then we know we have a winner here. And I believe we do have a winner here. And I'd like to acknowledge the team, Sharon, the payments team, and operations team, the strategy team, products team, Mr. Adrian here, who gave me the briefing earlier around this product, and Sharon, because I think this one is a winner. Yeah. But we'll also be launching other closed-loop solutions, like we know about. We have the airport card, because when you go to the airport now, you can't go with cash and say you're going to pay for services. You have to have your airport card, and JMMB launched the airport card in partnership with Norbrook Transaction Services Limited. And we have our meals card, and that's a closed loop. And therefore, we're developing these products for the whole payments ecosystem as we go. This is a critical area for revenue diversification for us as a group, but also delivering strong value proposition for our clients. We're also, we have been speaking about real estate, and over the last 5 years or so, but our former chairman was, Dr. Noel Lyon, was very, very much a real estate man, right? A real estate, and Doc ensured that we build out that real estate portfolio. And when we say, okay, we have over $2 billion of real estate that we're sitting on here, we need to monetize this, right? And therefore, we decided as a group that we're going to build out this real estate business line because we want to have diversification for our clients, where we are able to develop real estate products, as we had with our Optimum fund, where we have real estate exposure, but JMMB could take on the real estate business line to create value, allocate capital, because the levered return is, Tracy, 50% is the levered return on our capital. How do you arrive at that? Is that you, when you are investing in a real estate project and all the land and developing the land that we have, what you do is you borrow some and you use your own capital. When you on the return on your capital is greater than 50% on the projects, assuming they're going to be successful. We know we have the expertise here. Mr. Paul Gray, our group exec, has oversight of this, but we have Tracy Ann Creary here, who is passionate and love the business line of real estate, and we are really happy that she's on board. She has joined a whole heap of industry experience, and she's helping us and guiding us in terms of building out this new business line. And we are going to continue in this area, and we're going to grow because we want to make this a financially sustainable model. So as we roll out the projects that we have in our pipeline, then you will see more cash flows, and therefore we can make it financially sustainable in terms of managing its own expenses to make it sustainable. So therefore, we have seen where we have a couple of projects. We have what? We have 2 projects, one in downtown Kingston on Harbour Street in the design phase, almost ready for approval, and right in our Horton Terrace area, that's the name of it, Horton Terrace. What we call Zanzibar, that's another big one that's coming. And everybody has seen Ligani, because that is Ligani, that's another flagship for us. That's another real estate project. I want to acknowledge Norman Simpson and the facilities team and Tracy Ann for that work, because that will be not only for the use of branches, but for a branch, but also we will be leasing commercial space in that building. So this is our first effort at it, so let me just acknowledge the team for that. Norman, wherever you are, you have done a tremendous job, my friend. And Tracy, and thank you for coming on board and pulling it all together. I appreciate it. And Paul Gray for your leadership, sir, in taking this on. Okay. So we have Harbour Street and so those are projects that we expect in the next 2 years or so, you will begin to see, and you'll begin to, so that is a value that we are creating for you as our shareholders, monetizing the real estate portfolio that we have built up. Another area that has been under development for some time is our private equity business line. And this is an area that we, in understanding where Jamaica is going as a country, and as a financial services group, you have to build out your asset classes. Real estate is one, private equity is another asset class that we need to build out. And when we were just, primarily dominated by Government of Jamaica paper, we could always just buy the Government of Jamaica paper, and we could then just package it and repos and sell it to our clients and give good rates. But the direction that Jamaica has taken over the last 10 years, and in being faithful to our fiscal rules as a country in taking down our debt to GDP levels, what you're then taking down is the Government of Jamaica debt, and you're opening the space for private credit. That's bank loans, private equity, capital market transactions, corporate bonds, all the likes of that, loans for the growth. So therefore, what is happening now is that the private sector now is not crowded out anymore, and therefore they can now seek alternative ways of funding for growth, and through banking, through capital markets, corporate bonds, and all the private equity. They can use real estate. All of these areas are areas that have to be developed. JMMB has to lead the way in that regard, and that's where we're leading the way. In private equity, there are other private equity firms out there, but we have introduced this as a business line in the last 3 years, and in doing so, recently we were able to launch our Vertex SME Holdings Limited, our anchor vehicle to drive our private equity investments. And JMMB and Development Bank of Jamaica are the anchor investments in this product. And we have made investments in Guyana, in Coram, and there is a chain of restaurants, and they also have the PF Chang outfit. It's not Chinese food, okay, guys? It's like okay. And they will be coming into Jamaica. It's a regional outfit. And also, we just made an investment in Island Car Rentals, the holding company of Island Car Rentals, which has been a very profitable company and the largest car rental company in Jamaica. And therefore, we are making investments. We have had some missteps along the way, the board, no wrong for tell we. But what we're doing is we're building the capacity expertise. We know we have now 2 board members who are going to sit on that, the ICR board as and there's on the board of ICR. There's one more, and Crick, you will be sitting on the board, and I can't remember the other person's name. Slips me at this moment. I know Karen knows. Karen, remember. But what we're doing is that, so therefore our board members now can sit on these. When we make these equity investments, our management and our board will have some level of oversight over these investments as we go forward, right? So this is a critical area for us, and that's an area that we have a focus on. SME, a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, that segment was very much underdeveloped in Jamaica because everybody just lend retail loan and them lend corporates because it's the easiest thing to do. SMEs are not the easiest, weren't the easiest target segment in terms of processing loans because they were informal, they need help, they have them financials, and they really needed support. And we launched our SME Resource Center to give and nurture small businesses, and we have done quite well to date. Shani Duncan Faulkner is our head of our SME Resource Center, which has been rolled out in Jamaica and Trinidad. We have launched accelerator programs where we took in 24 companies, 19 out of Jamaica and 5 out of TNT in collaboration with University of Technology Innovation Center. And that was in when? What year was that? That was 2021. and they have gone through 2 years of intense, and they now access finance, and they're a marked area of improvement in their businesses. So they have done quite well. And recently launched the Powerful Women in Business program. And that is also has kicked off, and we're making real strides because in the last 3 years, we have been able to disburse over $58.5 billion to SMEs and corporates and medium corporates. That is that shows that we're making strides in the area, and specifically in the SME segment, over $12 billion of loans have been disbursed. Right. So therefore, we are having the impact in that segment, and therefore we believe it's a new area, a new segment for us that we will deliver returns for you, the shareholders, and ourselves in the future. Also, we have been able to get the confidence of the multilaterals who have funded this SME area with the International Development Bank and IDB Invest and a company and other lenders, along with FinDev. These are all multilaterals and other agencies of the sort that have come forward to support. Now, you know, JMMB, from an operational efficiency perspective, has evolved, and we bought up had startups, and we bought entities, and we had a whole hodgepodge of entities with different information and technology platforms, all different kinds of ways of delivering services, and we had to centralize and standardize. We're still very much in that. It's very painful, people. It's very painful after team members how painful it is, the whole standardization of and getting on one common platform, right? And what we have been able to achieve that with the banking platform, and there's more work to be done because there are pain points even as we standardize. But it gives us the opportunity to roll out products and services across one banking platform. And we're going to have to upgrade that banking platform also. And we have work to do around now because it provides some challenges. Even when we standardize, we do have challenges. I was just in Trinidad up to yesterday, and they had in no uncertain terms, they reminded me of the challenges, right? And if I walk into JMMB Bank right now, I think they're going to remind me of the challenges. However, we are working on it but the most important thing is that we have been able to standardize. Now we need to ensure that that we reduce the pain points having standardized, and we're actively working on that because standardization means that we have one banking platform across the group and not 3 banking platforms with all different kind of applications and all different ways of delivering services. And over the medium to long term, we should get efficiencies from this, right? We have standardized across compliance, human resources, and finance, right? And that is also that shared services in being able to standardize with the Oracle platform, with what's your name again, down iShine, and other solutions that we standardize across the group. Is supposed to get efficiency. In this early phases of these deployments, sometimes you don't immediately see the benefits, but we will get the benefits over time. But we have to be very deliberate around it, and we're trying to roll out what we call our net benefits realization model to ensure that we get the benefits, that we're not just doing it and it's not just busy work, and we don't get the value from the investments we make. I think Patrick spoke to it earlier and said, we're making the investments, we need to see that we get those returns, and that's what we want to realize that through a net benefits realization model. We have to centralize, and I think we have been able to centralize operations around our call center operations now, which provides centralized services for the group, and our debit card process out of Trinidad, which also is therefore centralized in Trinidad. And you want to be able to roll out those centers of excellence where you can centralize operations. And what we also would like to, and digitization will get us there, and Gifford will speak to that in a few. We also are centralizing and having one loan delivery and loan management service, which will be rolled out across all the 3 commercial banks in the group. That's a project that's underway. It's painful to, it's painful. But all of these systems things seem to be painful, right? But at the end of the day, if you get the results, you'll have less pain. It's like when they build the highway to St. Thomas and everybody ball, and then when the highway done, everybody feel good, right? So it's that's kind of what's happening for us, So going forward, because we have to increase our efficiency. Now, while we may think that, our efficiency numbers move alike, have not gone in the right direction, what you might have is we're doing more business, but because of the market environment which we face with narrower spreads and the revenue streams from even our equities trade and our fixed income business line, from trading, those revenue streams have been impacted. But the fact is that we are doing more business. Your productivity, so therefore your productivity is in terms of how much staff you have delivering the increased value of services or number of units of service. We are actually delivering more, but the margins are slimmer, and therefore when Patrick says our efficiency numbers didn't go in the right direction, it's because your spreads, your margins on the business that you're doing is lower because of the market environment which we face, right? But we still have to recalibrate, and we still have to find the efficiencies, and that's where we continue to work, because if this is the reality of the market environment that we face, then we as a group have to find efficiencies and have to be able to manage our cost structure to a new business environment which we are in, right? And we have some real work to do in that regard, because if this persists for the medium term, we have to make the adjustments, and the adjustments need to be made now, but they need to be done in a very deliberate, structured, and efficient manner, right? So, and it all takes people to really achieve this, right? And JMMB's value proposition and our biggest differentiator has been our culture and our people, and how we deal with internally, how we deal with ourselves as a team, and how we deal with our clients. We're showing everyone love and respect. We're not perfect, we might have problems, and we take long for the thing sometime, and the team member them get vexed, and them want more money and all the things there. But at the end of the day, the core values are there, and everybody knows those core values are there, right? And that is what differentiates us as a company. And when a client walk into JMMB or pick up the phone and talk to a JMMB person and feel the JMMB love, right? That is what we know we can stand on, and we will never, ever give up that differentiator, because you know why? Because it comes from the heart. So it's real. It's not something we make up because we say this, hey, if we do this, we make more money, No. It's real, it's in our DNA, that's who we are, that's what we stand for, right? So on that note, we can do a little video on the great places to work, because DOMREP did extremely well in, and they went some higher score business and number 3 in the region or wherever. But,
En JMMB trabajamos para crear un ambiente en el cual las personas logren su máximo potencial, comprometidos a largo plazo con un proceso de desarrollo holístico del individuo. Hemos sido reconocidos por nuestros esfuerzos de llevar a la vivencia diaria nuestros compromisos. Fomentamos e impulsamos continuamente un estilo de liderazgo auténtico y extraordinario a través de nuestro programa de desarrollo de liderazgo, construyendo líderes excepcionales que cuida, conecta e inspira a los miembros de equipo a ser su mejor versión.
Mi experiencia con el TLC fue, yo pudiera definirlo como maravilloso, porque hubo muchos cambios en mi desempeño, en mi diario vivir, en la práctica diaria, en la relación con los demás. Trato de ponerme en su lugar para poder entender básicamente los requerimientos que necesitan, viéndolo desde la perspectiva del otro, no desde mi perspectiva. He aprendido a guiar de una forma distinta a mi equipo, a darle libertad o más bien independencia para que se desarrollen individualmente. Todavía me falta mucho que recorrer, sí, pero Creo que todo el mundo aquí en el tiempo que tengo puede apreciar ese cambio.
Contamos con programas de desarrollo, bienestar y beneficios personalizados y flexibles enfocados en el camino único de cada individuo.
Mi experiencia con el Wellness Program fue excelente. Un momento de el empuje, ese push que uno necesita para poder arrancar. Y yo he hecho ejercicio toda mi vida en diferentes gimnasios, pero nunca había logrado tener el peso que mantengo. A nivel emocional he tenido un cambio también bastante amplio, porque eso ha permitido que pueda canalizar el estrés. Ese apoyo y ese grupo que se creó fue totalmente crucial, porque es muy fácil tú iniciar, pero mantenerte en el proceso no es sencillo. Eso es lo que uno necesita y lo que uno tiene en su familia, que se preocupen por la salud, tanto física como mental.
Reconocemos, valoramos e incluimos a la familia de nuestros miembros de equipo a través de políticas y prácticas de flexibilidad, como licencias de paternidad y maternidad extendidas, reintegración gradual, apoyo a la lactancia, entre otras.
Realmente tener una empresa que te dé ese acompañamiento desde que te enteras que estás en el proceso de embarazo y también en el posparto y ya en los primeros meses, ese apoyo realmente es sumamente importante. Cuando acompañas la parte de la flexibilidad de permisos por situaciones que se puedan presentar, horario de entrada, los primeros meses las noches son bien difíciles. Pero si tuve esa flexibilidad de entrar más tarde a la oficina, pero realmente el estar presente y dedicarle tiempo ha sido algo básico para este proceso.
Mi experiencia en JMMB de paternidad para mí fue lo más excelente, porque en otro momento, como yo tengo más hijos, en otro momento yo no pude estar lo suficiente con ellos. Sin embargo, cuando estuve aquí en JMMB me dieron muchos días y pude hacer toda la diligencia y poder ayudar más a la madre. Como está con ella allá en el hospital, pude sacar el nacimiento de una vez y muchas cosas más. En la casa ella lo atendía, pero cuando había que pararse o lo que sea, lo hacía yo. Y también yo apoyaba el oficio, trapeaba, fregaba y todo eso también.
Y la licencia realmente me permitió el poder pasar esos primeros días que son tan cruciales para todos cerca de mi niño. Mi esposa estuvo más contenta que yo con la licencia de paternidad. Para ella eso fue un relief total. Mira, tengo alguien que me ayuda, tengo alguien que me cuida el niño, tengo alguien que me da la mano, tiene alguien que me cambia los pampers cuando yo no puedo, tengo alguien que me prepara la leche. También tener la facilidad de poder tener días disponibles para ir al pediatra, acompañar a mi esposa a la sonografía, y no solamente eso, hasta para inscribirlo al colegio.
Invitamos al intercambio de ideas y colaboración, creando sinergia entre los equipos mediante iniciativas que fomentan relaciones para una mejor colaboración e integración entre departamentos. Celebramos las diferencias entre los miembros de equipo a través de un programa de inclusión con políticas y prácticas que garanticen un trato digno y equitativo para todos.
Me ha representado que tengo mucha gente buena que me apoya, me trata bien, inclusive trabajar al 100% de las 100.000 maravillas. Me encanta trabajar y ayudar a los demás también, y trabajando correctamente como debe de ser, totalmente. Que me siento orgulloso, animado, entusiasmado de cumplir con mis deberes, y ayudar a mi familia. Inclusive también tengo muchos proyectos por delante para también conseguir un techo propio para mi familia, para después, para el año que viene, Dios mediante, mediados por ahí. Te doy gracias por el compañerismo que tengo actualmente con mi compañero JMB, tanto para ellos como para mí mismo.
Celebramos juntos el compromiso de todo este equipo que diariamente se levanta a hacer y crear un lugar de trabajo diferente.
So thank you. And just to say that Trinidad has improved they're 1 point off being certified as a great place to work. Jamaica is already certified. And, but they are, in terms of their rapid improvement and their being certified at number 3 in the region is really impressive. So acknowledging the DR team, done acknowledging the culture, human resources, development team. Denise, who is like a proud peacock and P something, but proud lady, very proud of her achievements. I know she was in Trinidad for a couple of weeks and has been supporting Dan. Dan and Denise has really had a strong impact in Trinidad also. So say the team members. So in where we are at now is we're looking ahead, and we discussed the whole issue of where the Fed, what the U.S. Federal Reserve has done and how that impacts markets globally and how that will continue to impact us. And their outlook is for maybe one more rate hike, they're saying, but they could continue to see interest rates at these levels for maybe 18 to 24 months. So therefore, the new market environment is not one for interest rates to go up and then significantly come down. It will only come down if the economy start to go into maybe a strong recession. Then you could see it coming down faster. Or there's a shock, like COVID, when interest rates came down significantly. But so therefore, we have to plan accordingly. We have to really focus on diversifying our revenue streams away from those revenue streams or business lines that are highly dependent on accommodative monetary policy and in delivering the value to you, the shareholders, you know. And, you know, we shareholder value proposition. What's that? You ready to vote now? Okay. So we're going to talk about the shareholder value proposition. And we have Mr. Greg Lindo who will come up and who will deal with that. But we know that we have said to you that we're committed to you as shareholders. We want our shareholder value proposition. We want to keep in touch with you. We want to do our investor briefings, right? We want to have our dividend policy, and we redid our dividend policy, where we have said that we are paying up to 30%, subject to regulatory and other considerations, capital, liquidity, expansion, and all of that. So, but we must be able to keep our clients engaged, and our shareholders are at the forefront of what we do, and we know dividends are important to them, and we must try and protect the value of our shares and the share price as best as we can through communication, through engagement, through our share buyback program. And I'll ask Greg Lindo to come and speak about what has occurred, or he'll speak from right there, right? Okay.
Good morning, fellow stakeholders. So I'm here to talk a little bit about what Keith had mentioned earlier with the adding some context to the financial market environment, of course, which affects our stock price. So the BOJ would have tightened the market. The BOJ benchmark rate is currently 7%. But as another part of that, the BOJ has increased its open market operation activity, which has seen an additional $10 billion going to CDs per week. So what that has translated into is a more tight monetary environment where the cost of funds or the interest rates that are paid have gone up significantly. The last BOJ CD auction was somewhere in the region of 9.5%, which is well above the BOJ benchmark rate. And this is important to keep in mind because the cost of funds, of course, affects the performance of financial institutions in terms of their net interest income. Keith touched on it earlier with what's happening with the Fed at 5.5%, very much maybe looking to increase another 25 basis points. And that is key to keep track of because the BOJ may be putting an additional or under additional pressure to raise rates further. All of us here that may have loans, car loans, mortgages, would have felt the impact of this through rising loan repayments on your mortgage, on your car, on your personal loan, on your business loans, because the cost to make those loans have gone up significantly. So with that in mind, we segue now into what has been happening on the stock market. the JSC has seen, the main market has seen a 45% decline in the number of transactions for this year relative to last year. So that's 45% less people actually trading on the stock market. If you're looking on the trade value or the value of stocks that are traded, we're down 59%. So when we talk about the index being down 8.1% for the year, that's the main market, it's all in the context of a weaker general environment. If you look at the graph, the red is JMMB's stock price, and the blue is the JSE Financial Index, which tracks all the financial stocks listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, junior and main. So you'll see the trend is generally the same. Year to date, the financial index is down about 15.6%, and JMMB's stock price year to date is down around 15%. So we're largely performing in line with the financial index, albeit the financial index is underperforming the main market. So the main market is down about 8%. So all of the things that we spoke about, rising interest rates and how that has affected the performance of financial companies, you've not just seen it weighing on us, but on other financial stocks listed across the market. Some of the things you want to note about JMMB in particular is that over the last 10 years, our ROE has averaged 14.5% approximately. If you look at our average trading multiple, we're at about 8.7 times earnings for the last 10 years. And this is behind that of the financial index, which is around 11 times, and the main market, which is 11.2 times. So with all of the growth initiatives that our group CEO would have outlined and the potential for opportunity long term, we really see ourselves as a growth stock. We're just scratching the surface of many of the business lines that we're starting to go into. And it's not, in my opinion, currently covered in the current multiple at which the stock trades. So with that being said, the buyback program, which we would have started on September 29th, it is a $300 million program in total to be executed over the open market. We see value in purchasing a stock, particularly where it's below the intrinsic value of the company and also the book value of the company. Buying stock back below book value makes sense because it increases the book value per share. You're basically buying back your stock at a discount. So strategies like that over the long term will unlock shareholder value, and that is our hope. So the next phase, it will be an ongoing program. It's something that we intend to roll out on a continuous basis, and it will be evaluated and it will be revised where necessary. The key enablers of the strategy, it will depend significantly on how liquidity and our capital management strategy. We need capital to expand the business, so our buyback program has to be weighed in with that in mind. We have to also consider liquidity. I just mentioned interest rates and how expensive the cost of funds are. So liquidity management is also a very critical component as to our execution of that program. So with that said, that is it for me. I will turn over to Joan to talk about customer experience.
Thank you very much, Greg. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for coming out, and for those of you online, we're happy to have you. First of all, let me start by extending a very heartfelt thank you for making us stronger through your partnership and your loyalty. We really appreciate that. In client experience, our main focus is to ensure that you have in every interaction, it is easy, enjoyable, empowering, and in your best interest. So July of this year, we rolled out across the group our queue management system. Now, I know many of you missed the old ticket system, but that really did not allow us to do what we want to do for you. So the queue management system has three main benefits. The first one is it reduces your wait time in our branches. And we know how important your time is. It does that because when you join the queue, you are now joining the queue for the transaction you're here for, and not everyone in one long line. Now, there are two easy ways to join the line or join the queue. If you have a smartphone, you can scan the QR code. And by the way, we've seen this in the feedback, all our branches are equipped with free client Wi-Fi. So you don't need to worry about using your data, right? So you can log on using your smartphone and join the queue, or you may use our kiosk. The only information we require from you is your name, your phone number, and what transaction you're here to do. Now, that simple information allows us to serve you so much better in so many ways. The data we collect, it shows us things like which services are we serving you the best way in, which services are we're not offering optimally, such as maybe the services that have the longest wait time or the longest processing time, or listen to this one, the services that we can better serve you in another channel. Yes. 68% of your simple routine transactions that you're doing in branch can be done through our digital channels. You're going to be hearing a lot more about that. So you'll be seeing a lot of effort and emphasis being placed on how we can enhance those digital channels to help you to get your transactions done faster. Now, some of you may be afraid or intimidated by digital devices. No need to worry. We will have our agents in branch who will be able to navigate you safely through how to use those channels, and they will handhold you how to do that. But the key thing is it saves your time. You can get the same transactions done faster, easier, and in a more convenient way. The third benefit of our queue management system, and to us is the most important one, is real-time feedback from the survey link. Every single time you do a transaction, every single client, once you put your phone number in, you get that WhatsApp message which tells you your place in line and your estimated wait time. But at the end of your transaction, you get a survey link. And that is your opportunity to tell us how well we are doing, how well we are serving you, and to let us know what are the areas you'd like us to improve in. And I'd like to take this moment to publicly thank all the clients who have taken the time to let us know your feedback. You are our biggest cheerleaders, and we are happy to delight your valued clients. And so we thank you for your feedback that you've been giving to us. So let's take a look at what you've been saying. So first of all, thank you for encouraging us to continue being awesome. We do try our best. In the DR, you think we are son excelentes profesionales. That means we're excellent professionals. Me just love JMMB. We don't have to ask where that one came from. And I'd like to hop over to Trinidad and Tobago, which says, great service. I was even greeted by the branch manager. Personal service at its best. That came from our Port of Spain branch, and big up to our branch manager there, Heather Alexis Martin. And the final one here, I am happy to be a part of the JMMB family, and we are so happy to have you as part of the family. So this is what you're saying about us, and we thank you for your feedback. Now, we know that we don't always get it right. It wasn't always easy for you. It wasn't always enjoyable. So here are some of the areas that you want us to pay more attention to improve your experience in our locations. Long wait time, and you feel that we should add more tellers. Yes. Here we not only hear you, we feel your pain. Believe me, we do. And we understand that you have been experiencing that, and in those locations where more tellers is a solution, you would have seen some changes there, particularly in the Trinidad area, Shareholders and Port of Spain branches. And for other branches, there are a number of factors contributing to your wait time. It's not just addition of tellers, right? And so we're looking into those and creating more options for you to reduce your wait time. So you can look out for reduced wait times, particularly for teller service in the coming months. More JMMB machines. Now I'm going to share a secret with you, which really should be public knowledge, but it has been a secret. Are you ready to hear the secret? All right. So this card here is a JMMB card, which you cannot use your other ATM cards at our machines, right? However, the secret is you can use your JMMB card at any other ATM machine. So once it has its Visa enabled or has the multi-link sign, you can use our card at any other ATM machine. So if for whatever reason you are not able to access our machine, You can take our card, you can do your deposit at the other machine or do your withdrawal. It functions the same way as using the JMMB machine. So we want you to spread the word. We don't want it to be a secret. We want it to be out there that you can use our cards at any other ATM machine, okay? At what? Abroad? Yes, you can use your card abroad. Okay, I'm going to ask you to hold your questions for the question and answer section. I'll still be around to answer them, so I will take those questions that you're asking, all right? Mobile app. For our digitally savvy users, we hear you. Yes, we hear you. We're not ignoring you. You've been clamoring for a mobile app, and I will say nothing on that because we have our digital services manager coming up, and he may just have some good news for you on your mobile app. So I leave that for him to tell you about that. ATMs that are not working, yes, we hear you. Since the introduction of the polymer notes, we have had increased downtime in our ATM machines, and so I want to assure you that we are addressing the matter, and so you should be seeing improvements in that area in the coming months. So we are aware that you've been experiencing some additional downtimes. Seating capacity in our branches with the downtimes of the ATM, we recognize that it has caused a little overcrowding in our branches, and for branches that were had limited seats, we added those, and for branches that were already smaller, you will see some relocation for some of those branches that we had previously scheduled to move to those locations. And then finally, we have our investment opportunities. You've been clamoring for that. Those you will get in your WhatsApp messages in branches while you wait for your service. So once again, continue to give us your feedback through the survey. We look forward to it. And so now, as we empower you to use our digital channels, I'm going to hand over to our digital services manager, Group Digital Services Manager, Mr. Gifford Ranking, to share with you updates on our digital solutions. Over to you, Gifford.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. Para la familia in Dominican Republic. Everybody can hear me? All right, I'll make it fast. No comprende? Duolingo for Donna on her app. So Joan just said your greatest thing you're asking for is your app, right? Where is your app? So we're happy to announce that we are ready with the first version of the JMMB mobile app. We are ready to submit it to both the Android and the Apple Store and to BOJ. We have to get the nod from our regulators before you can download it in your stores. But all our features that were the heavily used features are ready, so you shall be hearing from us in the very, very near future, right? So I can now drive safely. Good? All right. As you can see, we did launch a lot of card-related services in our previous financial year and the start of this year. Merchant services, you know, I hope you are with our merchant services in Jamaica. We're about to launch that in Trinidad. And for our corporate clients, just to announce, there's Mr. Cousin standing, looking at me, staring at me, that we're having a special for new customers who want to sign up, who sign up between now and December, that they will get 3 months free rental of the devices. But, you know, we don't only offer devices, we offer scan to pay. One more thing for our business customers, we know that you want to actually get cash from the ATMs. You don't want to wait in branches. We are launching our business Visa debit card. You heard about, Joan, that you can use it at other machines. You can use it abroad. This is now available for our business clients. Contact your SME rep. They'll sign you up, and you'll have one. Yes, I do. Here you go. Yeah. This is what it looks like. Ready? You can get it next week with the team. Good. As Keith mentioned, that we're really supporting our MT channel. We have launched the MT prepaid card. This card can also be used at any Visa-enabled ATM. It can also be used abroad. No longer you need to wait in line. Don't have to go to an MT location. You can have your remittance delivered directly to your card, right? So no more waiting in line. That for us. All right. Customer service, as Joan says, you know that JMMB is built on service. We are all about service. We don't want you to have to come into branch all the time to get served. You don't want to wait on the phone. We are in our infancy stage of our new digital assistant called Joanna, nod to our founder, Joan Duncan. She's currently available on our website and on WhatsApp. You'll see more coming around that. As I said, it's infancy stage, so she's learning new phrases, learning how to answer you, but currently she can manage your money transfer status, help you with getting your account balances and statements, right? So exciting things to come. I know I heard you guys that you want to vote, so I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I'll be here roaming around, so feel free to reach out to me and ask any questions that you may have, right? Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is the CEO's presentation isn't fully complete because there were a couple of things. But I did hear a couple of people saying that we want to move on to the vote now. Is it at the mood of everybody, or do we allow the CEO to complete? All right, Keith, you're saying with everything. With the project.
I think, but we're there, you know, because the only thing that we had left to speak about was our integrated branch. And our Financial Life Goal Center, and how that goes a long way in ensuring that you, our clients, and our shareholders who do business with JMMB, they have one point of contact with one individual who is able to deliver the products and services across the group. So you don't have to go to the bank, and you don't have to go to investments. Through our Financial Life Goal Center is an integrated delivery of solutions through a very efficient mechanism, so that we are treating with you, our client, in delivering banking products, investment products, payment products, right? Unit trust, CD, transactional deposits, everything in one person having that conversation with you, our client, so therefore you get a holistic, so that you can view of all your business, and you're not over here in bank and over there investments and over there in another business line. It's an integrated effort, and it will bring also efficiencies in how we deliver what we deliver to you, our clients. Okay, so that's the only other area that I had to cover. I wanted to talk a little bit about expansion, and we continue to have a very robust pipeline in terms of our expansion opportunities. As you all know, that we have been expanding through the Dominican Republic, into Trinidad, and we know that the Dominican Republic was to be the gateway to Central America, but we continue to explore those Central American opportunities, because you have strong, solid economies in the Central America, and those are markets that we're looking at for JMMB to stamp its footprint. We already are there in the Dom Rep with our Spanish speaking, and even though we never passed the Spanish test as the local directors, we're still pushing in that direction. We have a strong team in the Dominican Republic who can help guide the operations in any new territory that if we're able to close on any of those opportunities in Central America. So we continue to expand the footprint. Even in a challenging environment, we continue to look at expansion of business lines, payment products, new services, new markets, creating value for you, the shareholder. And while we create value for you, the shareholder, we have to ensure that we take our corporate social responsibility very seriously as a company. JMMB has led the way, very much so in Jamaica, having getting to a point of macroeconomic stability through our leadership from all our teams, from the investment, Julian Mayer, Ryan Blake, our investment team, those who have come together and have led the way in helping Jamaica to achieve macroeconomic stability. Through all the liability management, debt swaps, etc., JMMB had led the way in trying to stabilizing and getting Jamaica to a place where we can have a stable macroeconomic environment. Now we want to focus on our people, and our people is human capital development, And we think how do you really impact the lives of our brothers and sisters in marginalized, depressed communities which are affected by high crime and violence, major crimes and violence. And it's really, we believe, through social and economic transformation of these communities, that we can make a real and lasting sustainable impact, working in partnership with the Jamaica Constabulary Force, working in partnership with the ministries, departments and agencies, a whole of Jamaica approach. We can impact our brothers and sisters in these communities that face crime and violence every day and don't have access to the economic opportunities, don't have access to good social programs, or don't know how they are to make themselves access these opportunities. And Project STAR is, I am the sponsor and co-chairman of the Project STAR, and we have been doing tremendous work in the last year and had tremendous impact in 3 communities: Rose Gardens, Parade Gardens as one, Savlamar, and in Maypen. And we'll be moving into new communities. We are working in partnership. It's a whole of Jamaica approach, and we have a quick video for you before on this project. And we are thank you for any those of you who have supported through the public listing. Thank you very much if you came on board and supported. We continue to drive the effort. I have Mr. Kalando Wilmot here with me. He was here. He's our marketing and PR person for Project STAR. We have worked together for quite some time on this area, and this is where JMMB is going to continue to make a difference. JMMB is a lead in terms of the largest contributor to this program with an investment of $60 million over 5 years. So I'd like to thank the bank and the support. Our group CFO also sits is our co-chair of the finance committee for Project STAR, and it has been ensuring that we have a full transparency and accountability on this project. We have PricewaterhouseCoopers, who is our auditors on Project STAR, and they have donated $52 million to the project, $20 million cash, $5 million a year to doing the annual audit for Project STAR. And we'd like to thank them for that. Also, we'd like to thank Mr. Tarun Handa, who is managing partner, who is also co-chair of KPMG, who is co-chair of the finance committee of Project STAR. Peter Golson, we want to extend condolences to him and his family as his wife died. He's chairman of our legal and contracts committee at Project STAR. And Mr. Tony Luar is another PwC man who is chairing our contracts and compensation committee. And so therefore we have put together a strong group of leaders who are finding the time to give back to their country, Jamaica, and to the people who need, the most vulnerable, who need the help. And trust me, once you show Jamaican people the opportunity, them grab it, them run with it, and them gone with it, and they will maximize their true potential as a people. Because we believe every community can thrive and will thrive. And we're in there for 5 years, we're gone 1, we're in our 2nd year, we have 4 more years to go, and we are focused and we are doing it every day. We're making a difference in people's lives. So I just hand over on the video now.
Project STAR was formed out of the belief that all communities across Jamaica should be able to thrive, and that all communities had the capabilities within themselves to be able to identify and drive their own strategies forward.
For too long, communities have been marginalized and underdeveloped, and therefore they could move into a place of lack of hope.
STAR's 3-pronged approach is going to drive sustainable development in our communities because it focuses its energy on the community, and that's the heart of development. It also recognizes the importance of consultation, having everybody have a voice and have a say in what is done, and of course, coordinating and collaborating the efforts of all the stakeholders represents a critical component of what is needed at this point in time in the development space.
As a community member in the community of Rose Gardens, what I've noticed is that since we have partnered with Project STAR, persons are now coming out because they never used to come out because they're afraid.
2 months ago, you walked through here, this was basically a ghost town. People could not sleep at night because of the continuous gunfire. continuous shootings, people walking on people's roof. That has changed in the last 3 or 4 months.
Because of the program that Project Star have implemented, persons are now coming out of their spaces to our football matches. So we're having football matches on the corner, quote unquote, on the corner in the community. But because they have partnered with the police now, they feel safe that, hey, we can come out and play some ball and nothing won't happen because the police is there to protect them.
And we are seeing people back on the road. We're seeing businesses starting to pick up. We're seeing people having hope.
One, this is my area. This is where I was raised, you know. Last street, I went to school just out the street right there. I'm glad I do the right thing. All these people are really, I consider them my people. A lot of time has passed since I've been here last. A lot of vibes and bad energy, you know. So now that things are on a level, I think it's the right time for me to come out and show them that, you know, certain negative energies don't take us anywhere. So unity is a real strength.
This afternoon we're here out with Project Start, and when we were walking in the community of Rose Garden and Parade Gardens, it was a pleasure. It was awesome to see persons from one street walking to the other street. It was like Christmas for us.
When Project Start started their pilot program with our babies, I can sincerely say that the breakfast really helps. Most of them, when they come in the morning, they are really lethargic and not ready for school, but after the breakfast, they're perky and ready, especially on porridge mornings. With Project Star catering to the breakfast program, there's over 100 children being fed. I see where it has improved in our attendance. We have some that come like 2 times for the week or 1 time for the week. Now we're seeing them more often. So they are coming out more in their numbers. So since September to now, our attendance has improved.
We have welcomed the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Commissioner of Police, and many other stakeholders in Project Star, because we wanted to show the Prime Minister some of the work that we've been doing with Project Star, and some of the community leaders like we have, who've been working on this program, and it's a very hard road sometimes, but I think the community has been engaged and working.
I want to thank Keith for the incredible work that he and his team have been doing in putting together this spectacular project, Project Star. And as the Commissioner described the project earlier quite aptly, it is a project of passion. You don't do a project like this and have it successful unless the people who are behind it have put their heart and soul into it.
And okay, our final presentation before the question and answer, Mrs. Kim Meir from the John Duncan Foundation will do a 3-minute presentation, and then we'll go to questions. And
JMMB family, good afternoon. Through the generous funding of the JMMB Group, the JMMB Joan Duncan Foundation continues to serve the nation in tangible ways by being anchored with our core values of love, openness, honesty, integrity, and care. This financial year saw the foundation executing robust programs and projects valued at $144 million under the pillars of education, entrepreneurship, community, and environment, which is our newest pillar. For the period, our 3, because we cut it down, top initiatives were Project Star, which Keith just spoke about, our 30 for 30, which was 30 high school scholarships in honor of JMMB's 30th year, and our Share the Love at Christmas, which saw care packages, 3,000 care packages being delivered to families, organizations, and individuals island-wide, with the assistance of team members and a wide cross-section of charities. Our signature program, Conversations to Greatness, to date has impacted almost 13,000 persons, supporting individuals to tap into their greatness to create extraordinary outcomes. For education, our CFG work focused on teachers' colleges and our scholarship recipients. And with sports, our relationship with the GFF Coaching School and Netball Jamaica continued. We delivered CFG to community groups and organizations both in person and online, and we graduated our first cohort of our new online CFG program in January. On April 1st, we held our amazing biannual CFG One Love Conference, where persons who had previously participated in CFG workshops gathered to reflect and refresh for personal and national transformation. It was exceptional. For entrepreneurship, CFG has been shared with 1,125 Steps to Work Path recipients island-wide, with the aim of creating better outcomes through shifting mindset to becoming an entrepreneurial possibility thinker. At UTEC, CFG is now a component of the entrepreneurial behavioral course offered at JD Seal, and our signature event last year with JD Seal was the Joan Duncan Memorial Lecture, which was held under the theme, A Sudditing Set, the urgent need to bring back moral and social ethics to our public and private priorities, well needed in today's Jamaica. So we continue to support several business competitions, which you can all read about in the annual report. And I'm pleased to share that just last month, the Mona School of Business and Management, at their 10th anniversary gala, the foundation was recognized with their Business Partner Award. For community, the foundation continued our long-standing relationship with organizations making significant contributions to national life. Some of these were the Multicare Youth Foundation, Kumi, supporting persons with mental challenges, the Child Resiliency Program, and our branches and team members also continued to be involved in various outreach activities. And under our new pillar of environment, we had two projects, which was the donation of garbage bins to Castleton Gardens and the refurbishment of the gazebo at Hope Gardens. We had a very productive year, and I didn't even mention summer camps or Read Across Jamaica. I use the opportunity to thank our board and our chairman for their oversight and guidance, and I take the time to recognize my team members who produced these amazing results. And I close by affirming that the foundation recognizes that as part of the JMMB family, it is our responsibility and purpose to support the building of our society and to impact lives in significant ways. In the words of Joan Duncan, I would like to contribute to the good of all persons with whom I come in contact. I will do so by focusing on and endeavoring to realize the good for all persons concerned, which can be derived from every situation which I am presented. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Joan Duncan Foundation, standing for greatness, and please follow us on social media. Good afternoon.
Thanks, Kim. And the truth is, we are proud of the work that we do in the environment. We cannot be an organization just think of ourselves alone growing. If not, our environment will become bare and we will die. So the work that we do in Project Star, the work that we do at JMMB Foundation, the Joan Duncan Foundation, it's important to us. It's important but it's you, our shareholders, who really help us to achieve those goals and to make the environment wherever we operate to be a better place. And that's our goal. And that's part of our vision. So, I now open the floor because I know that a number of questions are here for us. And as was stated earlier, we'll acknowledge the hands raised. And once we acknowledge, Carrie Ann will actually take you.
We do have microphones here as well, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge, Chair, if I may, that we have been getting questions online and we've been responding as we're able to.
Yes, we will.
With your permission, Chair, there is one very popular question which is coming up a lot online, and I'm sure it's going to come up here as well. So if you don't mind, if we could kick off the question. There is a general concern being expressed about dividends, right? And that seems to be the big popular question. I'm hearing agreement here. Where shareholders are concerned, there are questions about, are there going to be more dividends? Shouldn't we be paying more dividends? Some appreciate that, yes, the share buyback is a great thing, but shouldn't we be thinking about more dividends? So I think we need to just probably kick that off as the most popular question, with your permission, Chair, but I'm guided by you.
Okay. And I think we do have an approval for dividends. And yeah, dividends are being paid on Monday, and I think we'll have to approve it later on. So let us see. Patrick, you just want to deal with that dividend payment, seeing that we get it over. Yeah, or Keith? Okay. Because we're paying dividends on Monday, so.
I think everyone wants dividends, right? I want dividends. I'm a shareholder. I know for sure our largest shareholder, which is proven, they want their dividends. They have no qualms about that. They're not shy about making us know that, right? But we have to balance all that we have, right? We know that we are in a challenging market environment. We know that as the central bank tightens up liquidity, we need to manage liquidity and manage in terms of the capital and the liquidity across the group. And we know we need to ensure that we are balancing our expansion as we create future value with all of these considerations. But we know that at the end of the day, what we need to do, and this is something that we want to do, is budget for dividends. So our shareholders cannot be an afterthought. They can't be after them at the profit. They say, oh, okay, how much are we going to shareholders? No, we have to be proactive in our process, in our budget and strategy processes, in saying dividends has to be accounted for. Now, when market environments change rapidly on you, you have to be able to evaluate and say, okay, what's going on here? The interest rates have gone up 650 basis points. Do we need to look at exactly how we're managing? But at the forefront of what we should be doing is paying dividends to you, our shareholders, who have been with us stronger for longer. And therefore, we need to do that. And therefore, I believe we decided as a group, coming out of last year, which was very, as you saw, the impact on the numbers from the rise in interest rates, we knew we had to make a dividend payment. And that dividend payment will be made on October 9th, 25 cents to you, our shareholders, per stock unit, right? Our dividend policy says that we look at paying dividends twice a year. And we look at dividend payout ratio of 30% of earnings. That's what our dividend policy says. And therefore, we would now be due another look, but we would have to evaluate coming into, as we're almost 6 months in, we're close 6 months at the end of September. December, again, management would have to look at our numbers, see where we are, and then determine and to make a recommendation to our board, who is also saying, where are the dividends for the shareholders? Our management team, including our CFO, myself, the group risk officer, the group chief investment officer, and the management team need to sit down and look at it and say, this is where we are. How much can we do or can we do for our shareholders for Christmas time? What do you say? So we have to do that consideration of dividends, right? Because we said we do it twice a year, right, Chairman? Yep. And our Chairman always asking the question, what about the dividends for our shareholders? So we need to balance it all out and try and at every step of the way make dividends available to shareholders. The last 2 years have been tough. Everybody know that, right? And many companies have not been able to pay dividends because of the rough environment that we have faced, especially in financial services, right? But we are now paying our first dividend in a year. In a year, Patrick? In a year. And therefore, we are now resuming. I think we didn't pay twice. One time. We didn't pay one time. And now we are now back to paying dividends. And we will have it under active consideration for twice per year, back on our regular cycle. And we will have to keep you informed as to where we are as we make those, we deliberate our own dividends. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. I think they were waiting before you, Mr. Staple. I think the person at Mike, can you state your name? And
hello. Yeah, good afternoon. Family. Yeah, I am Natasha Egan.
Come again?
I am Natasha.
Natasha, okay.
Can JMMB provide insights into the bank's risk appetite and tolerance regarding cybersecurity?
Could you repeat again, please, Natasha? Thank you.
I'm asking, can JMMB provide insights into the bank's risk appetite and tolerance regarding cybersecurity?
Security, right. So she's asking our right.
Our risk appetite and tolerance.
The risk associated with cybersecurity concerns. Derek?
Okay. All right. So our risk appetite for cybersecurity would be how we define it is a risk. We don't want cybersecurity risks. So what we actively do, our IT team, we have an information security team. They actively look at all the different threats that come out in the market. They actively try to put measures in place to prevent those things. We actively upgrade all our systems and software to prevent, things like hacks or information leaks. So we always actively work to prevent, it's not 100% certain, but we do all that we can do to prevent those types of issues with the assistance of our information security risk team. But our appetite for that is very low and we don't want it to happen.
Saying it's low.
Our risk appetite, our risk appetite is zero tolerance for those kinds of things, and we actively work to avoid it.
JMMB incident response evolve.
Could you repeat?
What's your incident response plan?
All right. Right. So incident response plan?
Plan. Yeah.
Okay.
Plan.
So one of the things, what we have something called a business continuity plan. So that covers all different types of incidents, including IT/cybersecurity incidents, right? So what happens is if there's an incident, we have an incident management team, and we mobilize that team immediately. We get the right people involved. So if it's an IT incident, we'll have the IT risk people involved. We'll get our vendors involved to immediately respond to any of those types of incidents. This also, this is broader than just IT. This BCP deals with things like even natural disasters, if we have to close a location, anything that is possible that could impact the business, we have a business continuity policy that treats with that.
No, please. It's 2 questions per person.
Thank you, Derek. Natasha, thank you so much. So we're inviting everybody to ask no more than 2 questions so we can get to as many persons as possible. And if we have time, we come back around. Thank you so much.
Yes, and your name?
Pat Ramiki.
Pat?
Ramiki.
Miss Ramiki.
Ramiki, thank you.
Okay. Trivial or unimportant. First of all, I would like to congratulate this company on excellent.
Let me help here. This microphone maybe needed a little porridge for breakfast.
Thank you. Hearing me better?
Yes.
My name is Pat Ramiki.
Okay.
I'm a member of this company. I have shares, I have savings, I have everything. But I want to congratulate the management team and the staff on the excellent job that they are doing. But I also think you should take care of the kitchen too, sir. I came here from Gordontown, rushed to here this morning, trying to get a little ice water. All I was greeted with this, no ice, no water. The kitchen is also important too. The business is important, but the kitchen is also important. So I tried the little orange juice things, no orange juice, sir. And I think we should look about the kitchen. Nothing is in there, can't get anything, I tried it. So, and bear in mind, sir, some of us elder, the diabetes is on us. So the sugary thing won't work, or the starch. Thank you very much. Keep up the good job. Mr. Keith, I will see you afterwards. I'm not going to leave without my juice. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
David Rowe, shareholder. So is Jerome Smalling here this morning? Or afternoon, I should say. Jerome Smalling, is he here or?
I'm not seeing him just now.
So I guess this one can go to Mr. Ellis, the CFO. So first quarter, I noticed whereby the capital adequacy of JMMB Bank Jamaica went down to 0.41%.
To?
11.41%. Capital adequacy. And that was slightly below the 12% early warnings. I want there, and with the consideration of Basel III coming up, my rough math estimated based on June BOJ submission that the regulatory capital is about $17.49 billion. And to get to a 14% capital adequacy ratio, you need to inject another $4 billion into the bank. So what's going on there in terms of Basel III preparation?
I think it's more Derek.
Let me come to you, Patrick.
All right, Patrick.
Patrick Ellis, CFO.
Can tag team on this one. David, you need to go a little easy on me here, you know. But yeah, so there are 2 things. If you look at the audited numbers in the bank, we did, so the fall in the capital ratio that you would have seen is as a result of the adjustments that we did in relation to the fees, which is now we amortize over the life of the loans. So as a result of that, we would have taken approximately $700 million in the current year plus the prior years, and then that would have caused an adjustment in terms of the capital ratio. That, however, going over time, the bank and the board would have made the necessary adjustment, and you would have seen necessary capital injection within the bank to restore to the respective levels, in addition to our profitability, right? So if you look at our growth in the loans portfolio in particular, our pipeline is extremely high, and therefore the rate of growth in terms of our portfolio and our capital, we are growing in excess of market, and that is what is driving that. In terms of the capital item. I don't know, Derek, you wanted us to speak to that?
Right, so just a slight correction, the 14% is really the early warning for securities companies. So the capital requirement for banks is 10, and the early warning for that is 11.
No,
Our internal policy...
Apologies, no, I was pointing out the amount of capital that will be required to bring the bank up to a 14% capital adequacy earlier.
Well, 14% is not necessarily, our internal limit is 12%, right? So what we're working through right now, so as Patrick said, we did a small capital injection, I think back in July. We're working through another one now, right? Our intention is to get back to 12% and maintain it at or above 12% in line with internal policy.
And with Basel III coming up, wouldn't the minimum capital adequacy go up as well, which would require more capital?
All right, so the minimum capital requirement doesn't change. There are some new ratios that will come, like the Tier 1 ratio, etc. But the minimum capital adequacy ratio of 10% doesn't change. What is going to change in Basel III is the way we calculate the capital adequacy ratio, because certain types of loans will have new risk weights. So that's what Keith and Patrick would have spoken about. Our strategy is to look at those areas that require less capital. So for example, retail loans, SME loans require less capital, and move away from like the bigger corporate and those types of loans that require higher capital. So there's ways to manage the capital with Basel III because there's changes. So we will be working through that process as it's not yet fully implemented, so we're working it through. And we'll make the adjustments in terms of the portfolio to ensure that we achieve and maintain our minimum capital policy requirement.
And I appreciate that, Derek.
Okay. Remember now, one more before.
No, I understand. No, I just give a response to Derek. No, so I understand the response because I look at the BOJ submissions and I saw the shift in unappropriated profits from 1.7 billion in March to a loss in June. So that's why I appreciate this context on the bank's stability and security.
You saw a shift in our
unappropriated profits.
I think that's the fee. I think Patrick addressed that, the adjustment in the fees for past loan fees. That's a one-off adjustment. So that's a one-time thing, and we've already injected some capital, and we're doing some more, so that will be rectified. Every year we assess our capital before each new financial year. So what we'll do is we'll project what is needed. That was thrown off a bit this year because of this adjustment, but going forward we'll resume with our usual capital assessment to make sure that we have enough capital going forward.
Understood. And then my final question is to Mr. Duncan.
No, we come back after someone else, and then we can come back afterwards.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr.
Or it's Staple.
Yeah.
Before I ask my questions, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I have some observation I would like to share with everyone. First of all, my first observation would be to thank Mrs. M.S. Da Costa and Mr. Ellis for their significant role that they have played in Jamaica Money Market Brokers. They continue to be very, very helpful. Not to mention Mr. Lindo. He has done a significant job in his field, and we congratulate him on our behalf.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you and your members of the board have done a significant job and continues to do so. And we congratulate you on our behalf. On behalf of the shareholders, we congratulate you for the work that you have put into getting this done as far as Jamaica Money Market is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thanks to the directors.
And we should not forget, Mr. Chair, to give God thanks for bringing us safely to this meeting today, and for us to respect each other's opinion and not to let anyone feel that they are not respected. Thank you very much, sir. My first question, Mr. Chair. Page 2 of the auditor's report. Key audit items. A significant portion of the group's investment securities measured at fair value are instruments for which quoted prices are not available. Why is this so?
Patrick?
Patrick, you want to go up there or are you going to?
So it's a function of the market in which we operate, Mr. Staple. So the standard requires that you use a quoted market. So like on the stock exchange, that is what would be like your quoted market. Your bonds, like your Jamaican bonds, they are not trading on an exchange, so then you need to use other measures to value it. You may use your Bloomberg and your recent market trading prices. Those are the basis in which you use. So if your investment instruments are not traded on a quoted exchange, you must use an alternative measure. And that's what they're referring to here. Because like our global bonds and our other investment securities would not be traded, so you use alternative measures.
And remember, Mr. Staple, there's now number 2, and then we take a break for the next person.
Mr. Chair, my last second of the questions. And I hope I will be able to come back and ask the other questions.
Oh, yes.
But turn me to page 14, Mr. Chair. Page 14 of the report, annual report. Mr. Chair, retained earnings accumulated is $44.8 billion. Am I correct, sir?
That is correct, sir.
And I'm saying, with $44 billion, we expect as shareholders to get a dividend payment of $7.50 each share. $7.50, Mr. Chair.
But
each year.
As a previous shareholder mentioned, we are in a very highly regulated market, a very highly regulated market in which the capital requirements are stipulated and in which new regulations are coming when you speak of Basel III. So we probably would love to all get some very big shareholders, but we want the continuity of the organization that will always be able to actually pay some dividends, to make profits, and to provide the services. So I'm going to be telling you, we wouldn't be able to pay out all of that because we have to meet the capital needs of the subsidiaries that we actually have.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have given you free money. We don't charge any interest on the money that we give you. It's our money.
Yeah.
And we expect a return on the investment that we make.
Agreed.
And we are saying $7.50 is what we expect to get per share. $7.50 is what we expect to get a share.
I hear you.
That will be paid twice per year. I'll come back, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Staple.
Mr. Staple, you need to run your numbers. Mr. Staple, you should run your numbers. Run your numbers and look at the impact. Run your numbers and look at the impact on the dividend. Okay, boss.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gay Clunis. Okay, first of all, I just want to commend the team, management and the team, and also us, the shareholders, because if you never had us, you really wouldn't have the company running.
So true, so true.
And especially, I really want to commend you, especially when I think of it, that every time you come to a meeting, you always acknowledge God. You know, and even for the scripture that says, don't lean onto your own understanding, but acknowledge God in all your ways and He'll direct your path. And surely JMMB can say that God has been directing the path of this company.
Absolutely.
Right? And I don't really have a question, but it's just a commendation. And I really want to commend Pat, even for Mr. Cockin, for pushing, even when I mention about him, pushing, that he keeps on pushing. Amen? Keeps on pushing. Amen.
Okay.
I was also amazed at your presenter, German Express Finance person, who mentioned that there are no fees. He mentioned about no fees. So I was just sitting there and thinking, that means he needs to get some, the other financial institutions need to get some lessons from him. Because everybody's charging fees.
Yeah.
So because you are now saying no fees, I commend you. Keep up the good work. God bless you.
Okay. Thanks. But that was one aspect of it, because the other aspect, we always say that we have no nuisance fees. But what we will do is that if we have to provide a service, because of the costs involved, many times we have to recover for some of those. Yeah. Yes?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Alan
sir.
Edwards. I'd like to ask if you can give some insight. I notice a significant uptick in your capital markets business.
In the capital markets
I think
business.
it's about 48%. It's very good. But can you give me an insight into that growth and what are you seeing in that division and that business arm?
Now, Keith, you want to take that? The capital markets, we have seen the growth. And it has been, anyway, it has been an area of focus. But I'll know Keith.
You didn't want to give that one to Patrick. No, that's a business line that we have been working on for a number of years. And as we said, as the market environment changes and the government of Jamaica is less in the market raising debt, then it creates opportunities in the capital markets for private issuances, for private equity, for debt raises. And we have done, as you can see in the annual report on page whatever you say, all those deals that we have done. So we have quite a creative team in place, and we continue to build that business line out in terms of driving, capital market raises and issuances for IPOs and all of these things for clients. That we intend to continue in that area because the market, and also as we go regional with it, because we'll be moving our capital markets team and footprint into the DR and into Trinidad, and therefore we should continue to play a critical role in the development of the capital markets across the region.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, just
take another question from online, and then we'll come to
question here from Anatole Clark Allwood. She asks, my considered view is that the greater the integration of services is the greater the exposure to risk. What is your response?
The greater the integration of services,
the greater the exposure to risk. That's her view.
And
what is
I think that if you listen to Kate's message, one of the ways of minimizing risk or modulating risk is by diversification. So having other areas, we are no longer dependent on just one area of business. It is diversification that actually gives us, and even diversification in different territories. Because when you look, here it is in the past year, the government of Jamaica interest rates went up, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago's interest rate was maintained. And even in the DR now, you see the government of DR's interest rate is moving down, or is about to move down. So diversification is actually saying minimizing or modulating the risk as opposed to having only one item. Can you imagine if we were only in fixed deposit, fixed interest rate instruments now? It would have been devastating. So we have seen the benefits of diversification.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Hi.
Good afternoon. The name is Joseph Crooks.
Mr. Crooks?
Yes. I have noted that the shares, the stock market price, the shares are price is going down, right? Since about December last, it has moved from about $16, $17. It's now $9 per share, right?
No, 20.
Greg.
What's the reason for this? And since we are not getting that sort of dividend to compensate, right? It's a negative on the part of the shareholder.
Okay.
Would the buyback have anything to do with this?
No.
Or the information is not reaching the market?
Okay, for two things, the buyback was only recently approved all around. And since we have done that, we have started buying back once we are seeing the prices going down. So what this is actually saying, we believe that our book values, we believe that our performance is far better than what the market is in fact showing us just now. So we indulge in the buyback. But I think Greg actually spoke to some of the problems that are happening on the stock exchange, why values are so low. But we believe that we are taking the opportunity of trying to ensure that it doesn't go any further through the buybacks. You want Greg to tell you about the stock market some more?
So what can we expect going forward? Do we see any increases in our share price?
I would ask Greg to actually talk about that, the future of the stock market.
Good afternoon again. So the market, generally speaking, is going through a very difficult time because multiple reasons. Interest rates are high, liquidity in the market is tight. Persons generally find themselves with less money to invest, as evidenced by lower transactions, lower trade value. This is not just unique to JMMB, it's unique across pretty much the entire market. So to answer your question, yes, we have a positive outlook, but the general conditions in the market will likely remain for the near term. Once we start to see things like interest rates come down, we see a more accommodative monetary policy stance by the central bank, then you might start to see more improvements in stock market trading, and as such, a rising tide lifts all boats. But for now, we are in a tight environment, and that is expected to continue. So we will use the buyback program, as our chairman has said, to really bolster our long-term value. It's not to be seen as something that's going to cause short-term volatility in the stock price. I mean, we have observed where other buybacks have done that, where the price shoots up and then it comes back down. No, we want our buyback to be certainly accretive. So doing things like buying back below book value definitely will help value, but over the medium to long term.
Okay. No, but you have asked her too, so someone is behind you. All right. Keith, I want to add something.
Let me and one of my directors just kind of reminded me. Now, during COVID, we have what we call our asset tax. And in 2020, the government of Jamaica and the asset tax is paid by financial institutions on their level of assets and the dollar value of assets that are held by the institution. And that's at 0.25% of our portfolio. So JMMB would have paid an asset tax this year of over $1 billion to the government. The government was supposed to actually start to return that asset, to reduce that asset tax from March 2020, right? And in the financial year 21-22. During COVID, we as a financial sector got together and said, no, you can keep that asset tax because we believe that you need a room because the people are going to be impacted in a negative way and we're not sure where the economy is going to go. So keep that. They were then supposed to resume the reduction of the asset tax because if the dividend that we're paying on Monday is close to $500 million, And we are paying to the government a distortionary $1 billion of asset tax. When the government starts to reduce, and they should resume, and we have been lobbying the Minister of Finance to reduce that asset tax, that he should resume that, reduce that asset tax, because it's not even a tax on profits, it's a tax on our assets. So we believe that, and it's distortionary, and now that the government of Jamaica is in a fiscally sustainable place, and the debt to GDP ratio is coming down in line with fiscal rules, it is time for the asset tax to be removed so that we can make those payments to you, our shareholders. So we know the lobbying work we have to do, right? And we will continue to lobby, but you, our shareholders, can lobby for us also and for us shareholders, all right?
Yes?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Remember, give us your name. Give us your name.
Leonie.
Leonie.
Leonie. Okay.
It's not a question, it's a complaint that I have, and being in this setting, I hope it can be addressed.
A complaint? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have relocated about 2 years now, and since then, I've been trying to change the address that I have here. And whatever mail is still going back to the old address. The condition I got for the invitation to come here, it was just really terrible. So I'm hoping
Is Joan
that
around?
can be adjusted.
Yeah. Joan or Fornia?
Thank you,
Please,
Leonie.
please talk to
Sure.
Miss Edwards just now.
Thank you, Leonie.
Joan,
Could you
and
speak to
we're
Ms.
gonna be
Edwards
dealing
over
with it.
here, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon. Clinton Allen is the name.
Nathan?
Clinton Allen.
Clinton Allen.
Clinton Allen, yes.
More recommendations and questions, but first, I don't have a bank account with JMMB. I have an Emma account, maybe near 2 decades ago. 3 different currencies, loan, all of that. Last year, I think, earlier this year, I asked that I want to become a bank member.
Speak more in the mic, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
At the Knutsford Boulevard branch. So I said I'd like to become a bank account. I was asked if I have a pay stub. I finished with pay stub many, many years ago. And I'm in the company probably more than 2 decades, as I say. And so I didn't bother. How I know that it seems as if I have an account there is that I happened to speak with customer service recently, and they said those investment accounts that are there have been converted to bank account. I don't know if this is so because I would expect the bank to inform me. So I'm saying if that is so, it means that I have foreign account and Jamaican account there, and I wouldn't know if I didn't call customer service and they inform me. So if that, I guess it affects many others, and so if that is so, maybe what you should do is go through these accounts and inform people that that is so.
Okay.
Because we're looking bank account and they have a bank account already.
Okay.
Second.
See if I'm getting it correctly. You have Emma accounts.
Emma account, so I don't have a bank card. I don't have a bank card because I don't have a bank account. And the bank they're asking me for a bank pay stub.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Mr. Allen. So, Mr. Allen, I'm going to ask that you speak with Ms. Fornia Young. She's actually here, a part of our hardworking team. And there she is, right
There
beside
she's right beside
you.
Okay.
So she'd love to take your contact information and have your matter resolved.
Yes. And I mean to say this because, I'm saying, what's affecting...
No, we hear you. It is something that we have to look into.
Yes.
But
Yes,
we want Miss Young to
She is
deal
the person to
right
look
now
into it for you.
with your problem.
Yes, secondly, this time around, I think persons who serve us, and it's not just here, customer service in general, in Jamaica, many of us very annoyed with. And in general, you do a good job. Mr. Duncan mentioned about being efficient. So I suspect that you cut back some of your frontline staff, the face of your company, when you walk in there. So There's a big, can I help you or can we help you? So, yeah, the number cut back, and I suppose these lovely people get promoted, but they put some persons, not for the first time. It seems as if you start your new people at the front desk. I must let you understand that, look, some of us have people who know we are in stocks, for example, for 30 odd years, and they ask us for recommendations. First impressions, last thing.
Absolutely.
And I had an experience, we have an experience on the 14th of September, about 1:45, which I'm still shocked about, and talking it here now, some of you might not believe me, but it's true. My colleague normally have some dividend checks because not all of it lodged to the bank. She was about to use an envelope to deposit. And she asked the assistant of the two persons that would give out the ticket when they were walking. I was just in time to hear the person telling her that the check is outdated, so it can't be deposited. I was shocked, so I stepped up. Does this check have an expiry date? Don't you see that that date on the check is the date when the check was made up? The person didn't answer. But she headed upstairs, and she came back down, and she sent the person to the customer service person in the window, and without that customer service person looking at the check, she was telling us that the check can't be deposited because it's August and September date on the check, you know. And it can't be deposited because it's outdated. If it's outdated, it can't be deposited. It's what I say, but look at the date. That's the only person looking and say, it is, that's after about 10 minutes wasting your time. We rush into a meeting, we have to go away until she look on the check. So upstairs, say something such that it still never get through. The customer service person in the window still telling us that it's all one. And I say, look at the check. What date is on it? I'm saying, I don't blame these persons. I blame the person who orientate these persons to go at the front. Granted, I don't think the orientator would say, look, there's a date on the check. So maybe that was so basic that you would expect to tell anybody. But we experienced this. And if you have a video in that room, you'll see, because I really had to explore to one, how could this be? Okay. So please have that fixed. And as I say again, I'm saying it here, which is probably the best place, because usually when these things happen, I would have a straight line to somebody in authority to take action that this don't happen again. I don't have such a line, and I would not call the 998 number, which is a very good customer service rate, but for something like this, need to speak to somebody, say, look, manager, address this. I don't have that such. So please, maybe, just maybe, you need to have something there somehow to say, customers, just in case you think that you need to talk to somebody in authority, here's a VP of customer service or something like that, because it's our company, and please understand, our money is part of it, whether we have 1 share or a million shares.
I truly appreciate that comment that you made, because it is all of us. It's for us, and it is something that we strive on. So when you come and tell us this, what it is saying to us, and you'll be surprised that many times at our board meetings, customer service activities will take up 2 hours, because we want to go back to the quality service that you usually get. So you have brought something to us, we hear you, and we'll have to look at it to see how the front line is operating, so that we can go back to the quality service that you're accustomed to.
Sir,
so we truly appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir, thanks. Just put something in place so that somebody in authority can hear us. Because without you up there knowing, the person at the front, it won't flow to you.
And that is why we
Thank you,
truly
sir.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The name is Douglas Bygrave.
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Duncan spoke about real estate. And I was really interested in that based on my field in which I work. I work with a special economic zone. Right? I was suggesting, not sure if it's in the air, that with the increase in the number of BPOs coming into Jamaica, JMMB could actually develop some housing in terms of to host these BPOs. And they could generate income from rent. like rental income. I'm not sure if this is in place or steps are being made, but it's just a suggestion more than anything.
We appreciate the suggestion. It's one of the things that we debated. Yeah, but, Tracy. We have debated. So, Tracy, you can tell us our area of focus.
Thank you, Tracy. Welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Bygrave. Have it right. So we're currently starting out with commercial BPO and warehousing because we're starting simple and building out using our existing land bank. But as we build out, it's a good suggestion. We can look at it. Of course, it has to make economic sense for us as well. But we will venture into the BPO sector. Our third, rolling out 3 projects. Our third project will have a mix of commercial and BPO attached to it, and that one will be rolled out in Mandeville in 25-26.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we just take last 2 questions and then we move on. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sinu. I didn't think I was going to have a question until that cybersecurity matter was brought up. So as a victim of cybersecurity, I actually wanted to know what is the policy in terms of actually pursuing and prosecuting these perpetrators, because in my experience, having gone to the anti-cybercrime department of the police, they informed us that the banks are not participating, and if the banks don't participate in these investigations, how are we going to deter the persecutors?
Okay, Reese or Gifford, is Gifford around? Gifford.
Afternoon again. So I can't speak for the other banks, but for JMMB, we actually make even appointments if there's any such incident. We walk you through the process with, hearing me? You guys are hearing me now? Right. So it is our policy to walk with you along your journey. So if something like that happens, we actually engage the fraud squad with you. We participate in the investigation and we go through. As Derek said earlier, we have very low tolerance for this kind of thing. So it's part of our policy to walk the client through what needs to be done, and anything on our part, we provide it and go through the investigation. So apologies for your experience somewhere else, but that's why you're part of the JMMB family, yes?
All right,
Thank
so
you.
the last question, yeah. And then we go on to the
There was
voting.
one question online, Chair, specifically someone from Trinidad and Tobago asking about any special arrangements. How would the buyback work in that particular market regarding the share buyback program? Would there be special arrangements? How do they access it, or is that yet to be announced? It was a question.
I don't understand that question. How do they access it? Yeah. Okay. So, okay, thanks. Thanks, Carolyn. You see why we have to depend on our company secretary so much? Just to say that with regard to Trinidad and Tobago, the legislation isn't there as yet for us to do the buyback in Trinidad and Tobago. We are actually doing the buyback in Jamaica, because the legislation allows that.
Thank you,
yes,
Chair.
Thanks. Okay.
Yes, Natasha, you again.
All right. One last question. You got 2 already, Natasha. Just one now.
What steps have JMMB taken to secure the ATM and point of sales systems to prevent skimming?
To prevent?
Skimming.
Skimming, yes.
Skimming, yeah.
Hello, afternoon again. So skimming, you know that all of the JMMB cards are what they call chip and pin, EMV enabled. With your chip and pin, skimming doesn't, because we don't put anything on the strip anymore. So there's no skimming with our cards, right? So that's what we have to put in place.
But we are still getting scammed.
So skimming is a specific incident.
So why are we still getting scammed?
So, all right, so you'd have looked in, for example, our marketing team and us have worked together, and we are sending out things in the different type of attacks that are possible, right? I think our last one we spoke about a bin attack, which is a different thing than skimming, right? So as we put in things in place, we know those scammers are working as well, and people are doing different things. So we're always enhancing, as Derek had said earlier, to put in different things in place to combat that.
So how frequently you do security audit on your network?
The security audits are done almost consistently, and we have security team not only internally and externally monitoring that and testing our networks.
So why are we still getting attacked?
Well, I think it's in the worldwide, you're looking scamming has increased worldwide. There are new things. So as I said, as you put something in place, somebody's working to break it, but we're working to also protect you and keep you safe.
And just to say that many times that it is targeted at the customers themselves. We do not ask you for your pins or anything like that. It's people from sometimes not even in Jamaica who are actually sending and phishing, trying to get your numbers. So that is it. So we have to thank you for that. And we just, I know Mr. Rose actually said no more, but one last question. But thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One last one.
David?
Yeah.
Last two.
No, one.
Come on, man. All right, so Gifford. So earlier this year, JMMB systems experienced downtime that was extended. And with the standardization that is happening across the group under this one platform, what we're doing is the measures that we put in place to, limit the potential impact of an event in Jamaica spreading across the rest of the region and disrupting the rest of the operations.
All right. So, yes, we acknowledge the incident and we apologize profusely for that incident. That was a protracted period. So, redundancy, we're putting in different redundancies across the group to make sure that, and things, it's systems, some things sometimes they'll break. We're putting in redundancies. Some are onshore, some are offshore to make sure that each can operate independently and we can recover much faster. So I can't give you the details, or my risk manager will have my head, so I can't go into more details on the specifics of it.
And then just, come on, Patrick guys wants one more time, one more round. So Patrick, last year, JMMB Investments, refinanced a significant portion of its debt, and as a result, the cost of interest would have doubled. So, with such a significant rise, in the interest expense, which has dragged net interest income down, how are you, managing, for one, to adjust interest income to somewhat make up for this higher cost of funding, at the same time with the potential further increase in interest rates? How is the bank's complexity and the group's complexity and duration looking on the next bond portfolio?
All right. So very good question. So on the investment business line, what you're going to see, it has always been the bread and butter for the group. But if you look at my presentation, there's a deliberate shift, more so into the banking. There's wider spreads there. And also our smart growth strategy, we're moving into other business lines. Now, the reality of that is the loss in revenue on the spreads on our NII and gains on securities trading, you're not going to make that up in 1 year. So the performance of our investment business line will lag somewhat, but the intention is to make that up on your banking business line, your diversification. You've seen where SFC would have given us, you've seen the improvement on our FX and moving that across all the regions. So that's how we're going to make that up, through diversification by country and by other business line. But I want to make the point, though, that our investment business line will lag, and we won't recover in one financial year, is what I'm saying.
And with respect to the complexity and duration.
David, man, it's now 2 minutes past 2, and
David has the
you
direct
can meet with
line.
Patrick afterwards. Meet with Patrick afterwards, and I would like to thank you all for this section. We now move on to the resolutions. So first of all, we have the resolution number 1, that the reports of the directors and auditors and the audited accounts for the year ended March 31, 2023, circulated with the notice convening the meeting, be adopted. Can I have someone moving? I see Mr. Staple moving and seconded. Mr. David is all in favor? No, we have to raise your hand. Sorry, we have people online, so we have to count. Please raise your hands. Okay, those, thanks, we have counted those 4. Anybody against? Is that one hand against? Okay, we have that. Okay. So we will have the count in a short while. Resolution 1 for 107, and against, I think there was 1 person against. All right. So, but the 4 has it. Thank you. Resolution 2, that the interim dividends of 25 cents paid on July 11, 2022 be and is hereby ratified and declared as a final, and that no further dividend be paid in respect of the year under review. That was last year. So, I now ask a shareholder to move, and Mark Barton, and seconded. I know you'd have voted for that. Okay. I now ask that those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, those against? I see 1 hand carried. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have 91 for and 4 against. So resolution 2 is carried. Now, resolution 3, directors retiring from office by rotation pursuant to Article 105 of the company's Articles of Incorporation are Dr. Ann Crick, Mrs. Patricia Daly Smith, Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, and Mr. Reese Kong, all of whom, being eligible, offer themselves for re-election. We will deal with each resolution individually. Yes? I think because online we had it done individually, we have to do it individually here. So that is a proposal. All in favor of Mr. Staples' proposal? Those against? There is on. Okay, so therefore, we are going to move en bloc for Dr. Ann Crick, Mrs. Patricia Daly Smith, Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, and Mr. Reese Kong. All in favor? You can raise your hands. Caroline, raise your hands. Oh. All of us. Okay. Those against? I don't see any. So we'll have those. Okay, and for that group it is 109 for, and against is only 1. So all the directors have been duly re-elected. There is, however, one election of a director other than retiring director, pursuant to Article 108. In accordance with Article 108 of the Articles of Incorporation, the following director, having been appointed during the year, retires and is eligible for re-election. I propose, yes, Mr. Stable, you proposed, Mr. Leighton McKnight, and seconded, Beryl. Oh, Beverly Malcolm, thanks. Okay, all in favor, raise your hands. Those against? Sorry. Never thought I would be in. Okay, we have 110 for and 2 against. Resolution 4 is carried. Thank you. Resolution 5, that KPMG Chartered Accountants, having agreed to continue in office as auditors, be and are hereby appointed auditors for the company to hold office until the next annual general meeting at a remuneration to be fixed by the directors of the company. Yes, Mr. Staple? Yes? Oh. What? Could you repeat your name? Yeah, but we need to have your name. Rupert, yeah. Rupert, you what? And seconded by, I think, Mr. Staple had his hands up. Yeah, yeah. Or, yeah. Okay, all in favor?
If there were no rich, no poor, if everyone were equal, religion would be soon to disappear. People only develop religion when they're
Those
unhappy with this
against?
world.
Don't see any against. We have 106 for and 1 against. The motion is carried. The resolution is carried. And the final resolution, that the amount included in the audited accounts of the company for the year ended March 31, 2023, as remuneration for their services as directors, be and is hereby approved. I ask a shareholder to second. Karen Boland, and seconded Prudence Johnson. Okay. Can we have? Can we see the hands? Who in favor? All in favor? Against? Those for, 106. Those against, 1. I declare the resolution carried. Ladies and gentlemen, we did say we would be finished by 2:30. I want to see if you'll hold me to my word. As we close, I would like to extend our gratitude to all who made this event a success. Our valued shareholders, our clients, team members, auditors, registrars, attorneys, media personnel, fellow directors, thank you. Over the years, you, our shareholders and clients, have made this organization an exemplar in the financial industry. You have stuck with us through it all. You have kept us on our toes and have made us better. Thank you. This has been an informative meeting, and we owe a debt of gratitude to the entire JMMB Group team for ensuring the smooth execution of the AGM. Special thanks to Keith and the team. As usual, you have given us a very informative presentation. The presentations and the details shared with us today have certainly been instructive and useful. It is our hope that you have been again given more insight into the group's affair. I would be remiss if I did not extend a special thanks to Susan Hendricks. Where's Susan? I saw her walking around. Stephanie Lug. They're always busy. This is Stephanie Lug Lawrence. I must put on her last name, you know. She's Jessica Chung. Where's Kay? And Kadian Johnson. I haven't seen Kadian. Sophia Huslin, Chantel Spike, Sean King Ferguson, Claudine Tracy, and Carolyn Da Costa, who worked on the annual report as well as the AGM. A special thank you to Mark White and his team, Visual Tech JA, Michael Kelly, and from M Squared, Deck Events, Luna Ideation, and the AC Hotel team who supported us in executing our shareholders meeting. Once again, thank you for the attendance. Please continue to follow the protocols that we'll all be here. And now we'll have Mr. Downswell of Westmoreland to take us out for the afternoon.
Good afternoon again, everybody.
And see you next year.
Good afternoon again. Just put your hands together for me, everybody. Put your hands together for the chairman. I want to just give God thanks. A lot of times when I spend these kind of times taking inventory of my past and planning for the future, one thing that I do to maintain my energy is to not just believe that God is going to do something, but believe that it's already done. Amen? And just like that, the Bible, when the Lord said to Joshua, I don't want you to just shout and believe that the wall is going to come down and God, I'm going to give you the city. And when you shout like the city belongs to you already. So I want everybody to stand in the feet for me just for a change and just stretch your hand. Just stretch hands up, sideways, forward, and shout hallelujah for me. Come the man. Start up. Sideways, forward. I can't hear the track. Give me it from me back. Somebody shout it's already done. Somebody say it's already done. Somebody say it's already done. Yeah, no. Give me the track. I can't the track up here. I see you wondering why me in the midst of your adversity. Yeah. Fighting soldiers. Sure. But if you dare trust in more, please, you will supply all you need. Hey, right here. I will take you over. I will take you over. I will never leave. To you I will cleave. I'm standing right there in the midst of your. I want to see everybody hands up like this. Something right here, right here, right here, right here. If you know what I say, it's already done. It's already done. Your victory is won. It's already done. You will not die here. Cry here. Somebody shout hallelujah. Just shout loud for me. Shout hallelujah. I often wonder why me, why they took my family. And when the world is falling on your shoulder, yes, to fall on your knees. Hands up like this again from right here. Say, Lord, take me. Wave. Please do not leave. To you I will cleave. I'm standing. Oh, no, I want you to sing and declare. It's already done. Ready? One, two, three, say. It's already done. It's already done. The victory is won. It's already done. I will not die here, even though I cry here. The victory is won. It's already done. Say, it's already. It's already. Say your victory is. Hey, say it's already. Hallelujah. Let's go now. When the time, say, when I come. Clap with it, clap with it, clap with it, clap it. Say, Father. Say, Father. Father, carry me. Yeah. One more time. When I come. Oh, no, 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 no. Say, Father. One more time, big singers. Sing again, say me. When I come. Say, Father, carry JMMB. Father, carry JMMB. Say, Father. May I say JMMB. Somebody shout hallelujah. All right, so we can dance just for one little second. You know, ready for dance? Just there is always somebody but really, don't be afraid to dance. Don't be afraid to dance. I don't mind. They try to stop and block your progress most of the time. this last one. Somebody shout grace. Somebody shout grace. Play it for me. I'm gonna come up right here. When I look at I want you to do something for me. Turn to somebody for me and say, I see grace all over you. Just tell them, I see grace all over you. I see grace all over JMMB for the next financial year. Let's go. Some said you would. Them said you couldn't. You wonder if you could. Battles in your head. Times you felt lost and broken. You felt like you couldn't make it through the day. But you know God had spoken, and He promised not to leave you. So you're standing here today, singing, how did I get here? Somebody shout grace. Shout grace, this is for you. I call it grace, 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 grace brought me here. If it wasn't for Father, we thank you for JMMB. We tell you thanks for what you've caused them to accomplish over the years. And Father, we declare now in the name of Jesus that your favor and your grace will be upon them for the next financial year. We pray, God, that you will surround them and cover them. Cover Keith, cover his team, cover everybody a part of this institution. Watch over them. There's many things out there, all kind of stuff happening, Father. But when men say there's a casting down, for them, there will be a lifting up. When many things are crumbling, for them, they will rise. When many things